Facilities for up to
Well, welcome to the
200
Carole
people.
Nash Mondello Park Historic Festival. It's a favourite event on the calendar. It was very strong last year. It looks fantastic already this year. This is just a Saturday event, traditionally a little bit quieter. We thought paddock is absolutely buzzing. We've got fairgrounds, we've got face painting, we've got all sorts of teas, coffees, barbecues going on. Racing cars on track, almost secondary at this event. It's absolutely fantastic. David Kennedy is with me. David has a massive history. One of the things this event is celebrating is 100 years of Le Mans. So David, before we talk about Mondello, you've got massive history at Le Mans and you had quite a lot of success there.
Yeah, I've raced there as a young man. Started with Martin Bahrain on a Ford C100, which is the car we have here, which is a really unique sports car. There's only two of its kind in the world. And it was Ford's attempt to win the Le Mans, having had a GT40 before that. Unfortunately, we didn't win it for Ford. But I personally did win Le Mans 3 times in my class with Mazda in later years. So these are remarkable cars that we're demonstrating. There's a Spice sports car and the Ford C100. And they're over 200 miles an hour car, nearly 800 horsepower. Fabulous cars. A little bit short circuit here for them, so I'll certainly have my eyeballs open for all that, for driving that car. It's been quite a while since I've really driven one in anger.
So you're on track at about 3:30. Nicole Trout's out in the Spice Heart, David Kennedy in the Ford C100, and then Ian Beattie in that beautiful BMW M1 Pro car. You going to give them a little bit of a squirt, David?
Well, I'm always happy to give lessons for free, and if they follow politely behind me, but I think they'll probably be keen to get by. And of course, we had young Alex Dunn run the Spice yesterday, who's chasing for the lead in the British Formula 3 Championship, which is pretty spectacular, really, because when you look at the winners of that championship, there were Senna previously and Hakkinen and that, and we have an Irish driver there at the front, and he'll be running one of the cars tomorrow.
Well, you're involved in the management of the circuit as well, David, and the circuit has stepped forward, and they're helping Alex Dunn, their commercial partner of Alex Dunn's now.
Yeah, we're trying to put a group of people together, and Mondello are supporting him through the Bahrain family, and you know, we don't often get talent at that level, and we're delighted that he's able to perform the way he's performing. And look at the crowd that's been here today on a Saturday. It's absolutely hankers back to the days when I came here in the 70s. Do you remember there was the Formula 5000 weekends? These were the kind of crowds that we have, and it's great to see.
It's wonderful to see families back here again, because normally motor racing across the UK and in Ireland will get enthusiasts, spectators, nerds, anoraks, people like me, and you don't generally get families. Today it's full of families, it's full of children. You can hear the fun, the helter-skelter and the bouncy castle and everything is flat out behind us there. It's great to see it, David.
Yeah, it's probably the changing marketplace as well of sport and motorsport. It's more family orientated, and we've looked after that with sort of the historic festivals here, and you can see in the background we have a NASA rocket, but it is rubber. and the kids just absolutely love the bouncy castles and all the pieces that are there. So I think Roddy Green, who's the MD, is focused more on making it a family day out, as well as the pure racing, because we got some fabulous cars here in the historic festival that it is.
We do. We've got Formula Ford 1600s back at Mondello Park, which would have pleased the late Martin Bahrain. Of course, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Martin Bahrain, because he's the man that invested heavily when the circuit went wrong. He bought it. He put in all the investment, gave us the international loop, gave us the suites, gave us the garages, gave us the tower, and the Bahrain Trophy will go to the single-seater race today. So there'll be a proud man who wins that one.
Yeah, it's a tremendous legacy that Martin has given to motorsport, and the family, Amanda and Susan, and that they've continued to support Mondello. And at times it was a close call to be able to have this business go through the hard times, and it really required someone that really loved the sport, not from just a commercial point of view, but to put his heart and of course the money in to keep it afloat and alive. And we have probably, in my view, one of the best driver circuits in Europe, because as I've often said, this circuit has got the corners that drivers don't want, but they need. So you've really got to know your stuff to be able to race internationally. And that's what's worked for so many drivers that have had their training here. They could go abroad and race in Silverstone or anywhere else and find that they've done exceptionally well, because it's such a high bar. It's, in a way, it's a university of motorsport here for young drivers.
That's the famous David Kennedy quote that will be on your tombstone, isn't it? It's, if you can win at Mondello,
you can win anywhere.
There you go. That's David Kennedy's one. Dave, we're going to have a quick chat with Noel Roddy as well. Noel, just come over to us here. Noel, just you and me. Noel got the period dress memo by the look of it.
Yeah.
I've got the cravat, and Noel has this Ulla hat, and there's a special reason you're wearing that, Noel.
Yeah, John Naylor had a Formula 4 2000 Van Diemen, and he got it all done out in the retro livery from Tommy Byrne back in the 1981 British and European Championship. And I, lucky enough, had some small sponsorship from Ola back in the day, so I found a hat in the house. So yeah, so the whole lot's here together, like.
So you're racing in the Formula 4 2000 race here with the Formula 4 1600. It's great to see both classes back here, Noel. I know you were struggling a little bit with gearing. How did you get on in qualifying this morning?
Yeah, well, in testing yesterday, we changed some gears, which got it a wee bit better. Unfortunately, then we had a misfire, which lost us a lot of track time. So in qualifying this morning, we were fighting rear end grip. I came in and made a change, but it didn't really improve it much. So now we're just trying to change it for the race and hope that we'll have a better race in qualifying.
You're the assistant chief instructor here. Was there any truth in the rumour that this guy followed you around and got a lesson for free in qualifying this morning?
I'd say he did, because I waved him past and he wasn't in too much of a hurry to go past me. So, yeah, I don't know. But let's see. I never qualified in pole in Mondello ever. So,
really?
Yeah.
Well, you won plenty.
Yeah, so you never know. So I don't know. Let's see what happens.
You were famous, Noel. I remember. I am, as I said earlier, a nerd and an anorak. I prefer to be called an oracle. But anyway, You were the master of the standing start back in the day. Have you still got it?
I could be a little bit rusty. Maybe, I don't know if the reflexes are as good as when I was half my age. But yeah, I used to be able to get a car off the line very, very quick. So I remember qualifying on the second row of the grid and leading into the first corner here. So let's see.
It was Noel Roddy and Shield Villeneuve back in the day.
Well, that was it. Yeah. I remember Colin Doherty wrote that one time, I think, in Irish Independent or something. I had Villeneuve like starts. So it was good, because I was a big Shield fan.
Yeah. Weren't we all? What about this event, Noel? It's wonderful to see. Like you work here a lot. You're instructing. You're doing corporate events and stuff like that, and you be involved in these race events as well. But certainly Sunday is the stronger day. And I was just saying to David Kennedy, we weren't expecting this many people on a Saturday.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant to see. I was just talking to Nicole there and about the people that's here, and it's great to see everybody sort of all out and taking a huge interest. And just fingers crossed that the weather just stays good, because you want people to enjoy this experience. It's great to have them here. It's great to see people coming back to Mondello, and just please God the weather will stay good for us.
Okay, well, very best of luck, Noel. You'll be live on telly later on. No pressure at all, but I'm sure the whole of Dundalk will be watching you and cheering you on for the big win.
Well, hopefully. Let's see.
Great stuff. Best of luck, Noel Roddy. So there you go, the event kicking off stronger and earlier than we thought it would. The crowds, you can have a look around, you'll see shots and cutaways later on. The place is absolutely packed. Everybody's having fun. There are people that raced here. Mondello Park have invited nearly anyone they could that raced here in the 70s and 80s. So there's a lot of reunions, there's a lot of business networking going on, a lot of people that haven't been down here in years back. Great to have the Guards Trophy, the sports cars. We'll race with the sports racing cars. We'll be talking more about those later on when they go on track later. So the Irish International Grand Prix Trophy will be this weekend, the Bahrain Trophy, some really good silverware to be won. And it's great to have our UK visitors back over here for this event. But the thing that makes us smile, I suppose, is this event last year triggered the fact that the paddock area was almost buzzing more than what's happening on the racetrack. But there will be some fantastic racing. HRCA have done a great job. The Historic Racing Car Association, they've got a massive grid, and Dave Griffin sits on pole position in that in the Bill Griffin Motors Crosley 9S, so watch out for him. And a full grid behind him. Future Classics out as well. Big news there is that Aoife Brady in her first ever race has qualified on pole position in her class in the Honda Civic Coupe, which is absolutely wonderful. So a lot of good stories. Noel Roddy, a little bit of work to do. So one of the UK visitors has managed to pip him to pole position, but Noel was always good for a standing start and a good little racer, so that'll be entertaining if nothing else. So we're going to start racing. I can hear engines starting up, so we're going to be starting racing very, very soon. So I'm going to sprint up to the commentary box, and we'll be live with on-track action in a few minutes' time here at Mondello Park. Let's go.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team-building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating Auto Test Challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack. Welcome to Mondello.
pit wall. So we have everybody off the pit wall and onto the concrete apron of the pit license. And everybody off the pit wall and onto the concrete apron of the pit license. So that can be done for safety and security reasons for staff and racing. There are no children allowed on the elders and out the other side. Thank you.
Here we go, we're on track with the Carole Nash Mondello Park Historic Festival, and it's the pre-55s. Aptly enough, we're going to open the programme for us today, and as they go out onto the grid, it's an all Fraser Nash front row. Of course, the Fraser Nashes came en masse to this event last year, gave us great entertainment, had a wonderful time, and they are, well, some of them have come back to join the pre-55 grid. So Jeremy Brewster, it is on pole position with a very respectable 221.269. Watch these Fraser Nashes, they're highly spectacular. They're chain driven, and they don't have a differential, so they hang the tail out quite a lot. In fact, that's the quick way to drive them, so it's a very, very special technique, and it's just wonderful to watch. Alongside Jeremy Brewster is 44 David Wiley, Chris Chilcott on row 2, and Simon Blakeney Edwards, a name very well known in motor racing and indeed to us at Mondello Park. Joanna Blakeney Edwards is on row 3 alongside Ken McAvoy, first of the regulars. Great to see Ken McAvoy on the grid, car number 87. Then it's Edmund Cassidy in the Iona Special. Wonderful car, and one of the daughters of one of the American owners of that car are here at Mondello Park this weekend. We'll talk about that more later on. Then Liam Denning, great to see Liam Denning back out, an absolute master in saloon car racing at Mondello Park in many, many years. Briefly won the Uno Championship, he won the Punto Championship, he won the Punto Abarth Championship, but they were all really tough top line single make saloon car championships here at Mondello Park. Collects classic cars as his father Pat does. His son Alex Denning now making quite a name for himself as a star on the European GT scene. He also raced here very successfully. He's an instructor here at all the corporate events and at the racing school. But Liam bought this Riley during the week. It landed, I think, the day before yesterday. He hasn't done much driving in it, obviously. He's next up, and I think Alex will possibly be driving that car tomorrow. We'll find out more later on, see how Liam gets on. Then Roberta Ruth, then John Luttrell, Tom Mullins, Nick Bennett, Leslie Murray and Tony Canny, and that is your grid for the HRCA pre-55s as they make their way around the international loop, even drifting around a little bit on the warm-up lap there. Fraser Nashes are very, very quick by the pre-55 standards, so as we said, 2:21, respectable saloon car time around here, so they're going, they're not hanging around, as the fella says. Making their way round Southside Motor Factory's corner. You can just see the paddock looks absolutely fantastic. It's absolutely heaving in there, and it's very, very crowded. Loads of families, as we said, and bouncy castles, and the chair-planes are flat out in the 1970s style funfair as these beautiful vintage cars make their way around the final corner and down to grid up for the first race of the weekend at the Carole Nash Mondello Park Historic Festival. Lots to do in the paddock, lots to see. Porsche celebrating 70 years. Porsche Dublin have a wonderful display. We'll have a look at that later on. Triumph Club are with us today. Some fantastic 100 years of Triumph, so some lovely Triumph cars on display down in the paddock as well. You'll see them as soon as you cross the bridge. Tickets still available for tomorrow if you want to come down, of course. These cars all racing again tomorrow. So getting ready to go. Outside gear changes on these Fraser Nashes on the front row. Might see two Iona specials on the grid. You're not seeing things. There is a reason for that. We'll wait till the race settles down and we'll go through that one. Tom Mullins back there in the MGTD as well. Front wings removed. Nick Bennett in the beautiful Alvis. It's a 1930 Alvis Silver Eagle. Commentator's nightmare, the similarly coloured Fraser Nashes, but we'll work it all out. Long lap, of course, of the international circuit as well. And away they go, and from the outside of the front row, it's a cracking start for David Wiley. He gets away. Trying to get up amongst the Fraser Nashes. Edmund Cassidy goes through. Roberta Ruth Mullins away. With 77 as the poleman has reassumed the lead by the time they get down into turn one. 77 from 44, so it's Brewster from Wiley now. Sixth, I think, is Ken McAvoy, seventh, and he's that looks like it's Denning right with him. The two Rileys, but the Fraser Nash is already making their escape, and in fact, poleman, he was on pole by, well, only a few tenths of a second, so he might not motor away into the distance. We should have a battle at least between the first two here. Then Chilcott and Blakeney Edwards, and Joanna Blakeney Edwards too, then Ken McAvoy and Liam Denning. That's them, and Edmund Cassidy in the Iona Special right with them as well. They're the top three Irish cars, and Ken McAvoy gets an armful of opposite lock as they come up out of turn three, the double apex right-hander. A little bit closer for the lead as the Fraser Nashes use all the circuit. Indeed, Brewster does, right out to the exit curb, heading up the hill towards Lola Corner. Kennedy's Rise, red flags are out. I think it's, do I see a red flag at the top of the screen? I thought I did, briefly, yeah. Red flags. There's no red flag at the start finish line beneath me, but certainly there's one out there. So the red flags are out. The race has been stopped, so that's a pretty quick stop to the first race of the weekend here at Mondello Park. Car's still circulating. I don't see anybody missing, but obviously somebody's parked up maybe in a slightly dangerous situation or just in an odd place. Certainly I can't see anything here as they make their way down that long back straight. International circuit only used 3 or 4 times a year at Mondello Park. Generally the cars race on the national circuit. So apologies for this. No, I'm not sure what the problem is. Looking out across the international circuit, and there's still, it looks like we may have had a car at turn one, but it's cleared. But the officials take the decision to red flag. Whichever car had stopped down at turn one has restarted. 60. So the Fraser Nash is coming up towards the final corner, Southside Motor Factors corner. 70 years of Porsche signage on both sides of the track. So the great Jeremy Brewster will start at pole position once again. David Wiley alongside him. Then Chris Chilcott, Simon Blakeney Edwards making up row 2. Then Joanna Blakeney Edwards and Ken McAvoy on row 3. Edmund Cassidy and Liam Denning on row 4. And Roberta Ruth, John Luttrell, Tom Mullins, Nick Bennett, Leslie Murray and Tony Canny. Well, it would appear that all cars are still on the grid, so the car that got going must be one of the cars back on the grid, so we should be all good. We haven't lost anybody. Quick chat there with the drivers, just telling them what they've got to do. There's Mark Quinlan, the photographer, just running through shot there. Plenty of opportunities for photographers this weekend, of course, both on the paddock and on the track. Great shot at the back of the grid. New starters gantry just been put in there on the right hand side. See the starter up on that one, 15 minutes ready to count down as soon as the race starts. You can see the lights on the BMW M-Town bridge, top of the screen there. Revs are up. Poleman gets a great start this time, absolutely away into second gear, and he's in length, clear as they head away. Liam Denning and in fact, I think it's Ed Cassidy best of the Irish cars now. Great start in the Iona Special, and Ed Cassidy up into 6th. But down the inside with a big move, a lunge, a Formula Ford 1600 type move from Ken McAvoy there. And Ed Cassidy just had to let him by. Big dive down into turn 1. You don't expect that in pre-55s. Ken McAvoy on form. He'd love to be the first Irish car home here. They know they probably can't match these flying Fraser Nashes. That's Chris Chilcott trying to get around the outside of front row man David Wiley for second place, sitting right around the outside. Could possibly get it done. They're still side by side on the run up the hill for second place. Chilcott has the inside though for the long left-hander and should be able to get that move done as they come back towards the main arena. There they go down the inside, flicks it in. Look at the way these cars move around. Opposite lock, very much the order that they look at the hands on the wheel. You can see the drivers see their hands on the wheel and how much work they put in. So Chilcott on a charge now from third on the grid is up to second place. Ken McAvoy's got a bit of a lead there. Look at Liam Denning trying to track down the Iona Special. Oh, his hand out. Is there a problem for Liam Denning? There is. That's such a shame. A little bit of smoke from that newly acquired Riley, and Liam Denning pulling in, I think, up at Lola Corner there. Meanwhile, battle for the lead could commence, although head down and away is Jeremy Brewster on that long back straight. So let's see if Chris Chilcott can do anything about it, having got by David Wiley with that move around the outside, down at turn 3. First 3 beginning to ease away here. Through the double right-handers, 7A and 7B out the back. Circuit looking very well. A lot of work being done during the week by the operations crew. Cutting grass and painting bits and pieces. There's Ken. That's the Iona Special Mark II has gone around. Someone with the hand in the air. 7A and 7B. Yeah, that's I think says Roberto Ruth. I'm not sure if that's Liam Ruth. I'll have to do a little bit of research on that one. But certainly a quick spin there down into 7A in the Iona Special Mark II. Car is based on an MGY type saloon and built as a replica of the car that Edmund Cassidy is driving, the famous Iona Special. And then a move down the inside for the lead. Very late on the brakes. They're having a real go today, aren't they? Number 4 takes the lead. Chris Chilcott down the inside, gets the job done, but a switchback from Jeremy Brewster. This is like a Formula Ford race. They're side by side. They're almost 3 abreast on the main straight. Great stuff, the Fraser Nash boys, as they complete lap 1. So timekeeper's just explaining to me the Guards Trophy. Plenty to do there. 2-driver race with a pit stop coming up later on. Pit stop window opens at the 20-minute mark and closes at the 40-minute mark, and it's a 1-hour 2-driver race. Fantastic stuff. So Brewster, Chilcott and Wiley. They come up out of turn 3 very equally matched, these Fraser Nashes, and they really are trying hard. Some of the other P55 cars still negotiating 7A and B. And back up the hill. We'll check the lap chart when they come back around, but they're Chilcott, beautifully controlled. Almost lets go as number 4. Brewster says thank you very much, tries to do a sweep, lunge down the inside but carried the speed. Think about that one, because now Chris Chilcott leads and takes fastest lap. 2 went in qualifying this morning. Simon Blakely Edwards just going across the line, coming down towards us now. Joanna Blakely Edwards right with him as they head past the grandstand and down to turn 1, but meanwhile the leader's already on their way out to turn 3. Drift for the leader right out over the curbs. They're driving these cars like modern single-seaters. They don't mess around. The cars are quick and so are the drivers. So this is absolutely fantastic stuff. Race 1 for the weekend. The HRCA Pre-55s and these Fraser Nashes have travelled across the UK and giving us great entertainment as they did last year. So it's 77 and 44. Chilcott, Brewster and Wiley, and they're way clear of anybody else. In fact, they're 14 seconds clear of any other car. So absolutely flying. Did we see a hand in the air, or was that just a little wave as they went by the new building out on the international loop at the top of your screen there? I think there's going to be a challenge for the lead again. 4 not getting away. Chilcott under pressure now. Brewster gets a great run off Lola corner and just gets down the inside. That run is going to work for him. He's got the inside for 7A and B, but he's going to have to work for it because Chilcott going in late on the brakes. They're both so late on the brakes. Just about get it stuff. They're almost banging wheels as they go through 7A, and Brewster reassumes the lead as they come out of 7B and back up the hill. So Bahrain's Benz, now named after Martin Bahrain, the man who did all this work to the track. Almost a big lunge down there. It's not a usual overtaking manoeuvre, but nobody's told the Fraser Nash boys. Through the right and left of Bahrain's Benz. 77 back in front now, but number 4 Chris Chilcott still looking racy behind, and we know how late he is on the brakes into Southside Motor Factory score. There's Liam Denning up on the bank watching that beautiful Riley parked just below it, so obviously some sort of a problem with that, which is such a shame. Again, is number 4 going to do it? Chilcott on the brakes. No, Apex, it really is proper motor racing tactics being used here. Sounds great as they go by here, no problems at all. Down into turn 1, right out to the outside, using every inch of circuit available. Try and carry as much speed as they can through that first corner. So many Irish racing drivers, and had a wonderful collection of Irish connected race cars as well. He had Jordan Formula 1 cars and an ex-Billy Coleman Ford Escort, and one of Craig Breen's cars. He supported Craig Breen, Nicole Drought, James Rowe, many others. And we're still remembering John Campion, of course, every time somebody gets sideways through turn 2 at Mondello Park. Now Campion corner. 1, 2, 3, Brewster, Chilcott and Wiley still easing away. Now 24 seconds for the good. Then it's Simon Blakely Edwards, Joanna Blakely Edwards, Ken McAvoy still just ahead of Edmund Cassidy. And then it's Tony Canny, Tom Mullins, Nick Bennett, John Luttrell, Leslie Murray, and we're missing Liam Denning and Roberta Ruth in the second Iona Special. Through Lola corner now, and all the track being used by Brewster as he tries to get away from number 4 Chris Chilcott. Already lapping some of the more standard looking traffic there down at 7A and B. Leslie Murray, I think that is. Some speed difference as they come back up the hill. The right and left, that car's still running with full mudguards, headlights and windscreen, full road trim. 77 Brewster leading, but around this section of the circuit the other two close up, don't they, every time? The sideways Chilcott and David Wiley coming with him in 44. Number 4 looking very racy now, surely not going to attempt to pass into Paddock Corner. It's not something we're used to seeing at Mondello Park. He is down the inside of Paddock Corner, a massive armful of opposite lock. Well, they're nothing if not brave, these Fraser Nash boys. That is not an overtaking place generally at Mondello Park. That's brave stuff. And now he's going to have a go around the outside. He takes the lead around the outside, and now it's a drag race between Brewster and Chilcott. This is absolutely fantastic. So Chilcott's on the outside, Brewster on the inside. They're looking across at each other. Brewster's Slightly quicker, I feel, in a straight line, but not much in it. But certainly so brave is Chris Chilcott in second place. That's a brave move. I've said it again. A little bit of smoke coming from that car still, but it doesn't seem to be a problem as they go back straight down towards 7A and 7B. Race now, Chilcott and Wiley with 3 minutes and 45 still to run. Big Alvis being passed. Beautiful car, beautifully driven, but these Fraser Nashes are so quick. They just leave the rest of the pre-55 cars way behind as they drift out there. The smoky car of Chris Chilcott now leads to Campion Corner with a touch of opposite lock and away down the straight towards turn 3 with just under 3 minutes to run. The MGTD going up the hill. Tom Mullins, he's up to 9th place, well up from his grid position, and seeding a lap. That car just a 1250cc X-Pag engine, somewhere around 50-55 brake horsepower standard, but was a quick car in its day. Twin SU carbs certainly show you how quick these Fraser Nashes are. Paddock corner again, where we saw all the bravery going on earlier on, but nothing happening at the moment. Now it's just settled down a little bit as number 4 still leads. Chris Chilcott started on the second run. Look at that, right out to the exit. They're both still trying so hard. There's a lot more smoke coming from that car than there was, but he's now starting his last lap. Just over 3 kilometres still to run. trainer Chris Chilcott, who's driven superbly, real hero early on in this race, meaning Chilcott. Oh, he's celebrating early with a little bit of a drift out of paddock corner. Of course he is. Out onto the curbs and up to Southside Motor Factor's corner for the final time. Flicks the car in right up over the inside curb and a little bit sideways, just drifting the car out. It's still very smoky, but it's running absolutely fine and still trying as Wiley in second place. Checkered flag for the first time today is waved, and there's our winner, Chris Chilcott. Well deserved. What a drive from Chris Chilcott. David Wiley takes second place, and these two are way, way ahead of anybody else. So great stuff in pre-55s. We weren't sure if we were going to have the Fraser Nashes back this year, but great to have them, and aren't they giving us some entertainment. Checkered flag has been waved. So waiting for third place should be Simon Blakeney Edwards. Simon and Joanna Blakeney Edwards take third and fourth place there. Ken McAvoy should be next up. These guys are all a lap down, so McAvoy still out on the international loop. Should be coming into shot soon in the Blue Riley. To be the first Irish finisher in this one, back in fifth place. And he's eased away from everybody else. Here he is, top of your screen, Ken McAvoy. And very much involved in the HRCA. Ken right out to the outside, sideways stuff as well from Ken McAvoy, in case you think anybody's not trying here. Big armful of opposite lock from Ken out onto the main straight, and he takes the checkered flag. Ken McAvoy in fifth place. Edmund Cassidy goes through in the Iona Special. Car with huge motor racing history, absolutely beautiful car. Car that Ed Cassidy chased for many, many years. Just Leslie Murray, I think, still to take the flag, perhaps, as some of the cars make their way around the international loop before they head back towards the paddock. And the Guards Trophy will be next up. Incredible cars, sports racing cars from the 60s, and they were really, really quick in testing yesterday. It's a 1 hour race with an option of 2 drivers, so there could be a driver change there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first podium of the 2023 Carole Nash Historic Festival, and it's for the pre-55 cars, and it's great to see some of our visitors back who were here last year with the Carole Nashes coming back to see us again. I'm going to walk up this end of the podium here now and get them to come up and join us. So in third place, it's Simon Blakeney Edwards.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Simon. Hop up there. And in second place, we have David Wiley.
Thank you.
David.
Thank you very much.
And our winner, what a performance by him, Chris Chilcott. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Now, we're going to have a quick word with, starting with Simon. Simon, back again this year. You must have enjoyed yourself last year.
It was great last year, and they rang us up about 3 weeks ago and said, do we want to come back? So we said, yeah, and here we are. So it's a brilliant circuit, really great, and it's a great event, really good event.
And does it suit these old cars?
Oh, absolutely. We don't like too long straights, so we like lots of corners. Shame it wasn't wet, because we really like the wet.
You looked when you came in like you didn't like too long races either.
Oh no, it's pretty tiring out there, pretty tiring.
Well done in your third place. We move on then to second place, David Wiley. David, you put up a bit of a fight there, but in the end it was second place.
Yeah, just didn't leave enough in the tank, I think. Chris got away from me. Jeremy dropped back about 2 laps from the end, and I didn't have anything left to give.
Well, did you enjoy it out there?
It's been fantastic, yeah. A bit of rain might be all right for tomorrow, so it's a bit easier on the arms. But
yeah, we'll wait until everybody's in before the rain falls, and then they'll all be here to enjoy it.
That's it.
Well done. And our first winner of the weekend is Chris Chilcott. Well done, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Anybody you need to thank for your performance here today?
Well, the Fraser Nash really for holding together for 15 minutes, which is quite unusual. And obviously the organisation here, the venue, the people, the spectators, it is just so awesome.
So you'll be back again?
Well, this is my second time, so yeah.
Okay, well, we will see you again tomorrow, so we look forward to that, racing for one of the major trophies tomorrow afternoon. Well done to our top three in the pre-55 race, the first race of the weekend. In third place, Simon Blakeney Edwards. Second, David Wiley. And our winner, Chris Chilcott. And I think we're going to hand over now to the pit lane, where our Celtic drummers are going to be doing the build-up before we have our first of the long races this weekend, which is the 60 Minutes Guards Trophy. So we'll hand over to those.
There you go, some of the entertainment. It's not all motor racing here at Mondello Park at the Historic Festival, so they'll be back out on track again later on, just before some of the big events, but we're almost getting ready to go racing with the 1 hour Guards Trophy, and wait until you see these cars. Grab yourself a quick cup of tea because they'll be on track very, very shortly here at Mondello Park. Chevrons, even a Marcus, some beautiful Lotuses, and 1 or 2 Irish cars peppered in there too for a little bit of entertainment. They're in the garages. If you're down here at the circuit, go and have a look at them. Well, not now obviously because they're in the assembly area, but they'll be on track very, very shortly. Airplanes just getting a rest. They've been flat out all morning, but I've no doubt they'll be starting up again shortly. Most people heading towards the grandstand at the moment. So these Guards Trophies cars making their way towards assembly. In fact, they're in the pit lane already, so we're almost ready for our parade lap. There they go, top of your screen. Let's have a look at the grid. Robert Tusting in a Lenham P69 on pole position. Beautiful sports racing car. It's the silver car, number 31 with the 2 brown stripes. David Forsberry in the Chevron B8, iconic Chevron B8, beautiful car of course. These are very much the cars that would have raced at Mondello Park back when it opened back in 1968, and they're absolutely immaculate and they drive them really well. The pole position lap here, just it was 1:49 this morning. Incredibly quick. They were going around in 1:53s yesterday. A lot of them are just learning the circuit, they haven't been here before. So the front row is that Lenham, and then the Chevron. Julian Stokes and another Lenham P70 on row 2. Mark Dwyer in a 1969 Lenham, making up an all Lenham second row of the grid. '19 is Mark Owen in another Chevron B8. '97 Andrew Waring in a McLaren M1A on row 3 alongside him. Then number 26, and that's David Kelly and Stephen Doyle, so an Irish competitor, row 4, where they're well known to us from historic racing. David Kelly will start that car, the little Lotus Elan, number 26. Then 42, Hugh Coleman in another Chevron B8 alongside them. Car number 6 is Nick Thompson in a Chevron B6. It's on row 5, and alongside him is number 15, that's Matthew Rigney in a Lotus Elan 26R. And 143 is Callum Grant and Joe Callum Grant in the Marcus P8 in the Marcus 1800 GT. Sorry about that, the program hasn't got a number on one of the cars. 143 is Callum Grant. That Marcus, very interesting car. Would you believe it has a marine ply chassis, so a wooden chassis as Marcus did back in the day. Beautiful car. They're having fun with it. They said it's not quite as quick as the Lotuses they're trying to compete against, but great fun. Big, long, low slung car, that Marcus. 57 is Robin Lackford in an MGB. And 24 is Nick Pansini in a Lotus 20, another Lotus Elan 26R. 88 is Connor Cook. That's a little MG midget known to us from HRCA racing. 47 is Clive Brandon in the Lotus Europa Type 47. 104 not in our program, unfortunately. So make the way round 7A and 7B. As we said, beautiful cars, and just watch them when they get going. They're being led by the BMW Ireland safety car, the i50M, all electric, being driven by Mick Keogh. Mick, well known to us here at Mondello Park for Ford Fiesta Z-Tech racing, the Siltec Safety Championship. He races in that. They're just back from Anglesey after a wonderful weekend last time round. Back through Bahrain's bends. So they're coming around. Big hello to the Allen family, of course, with big connections to Mondello Park. Martin Allen dropped into us here at Mondello Park during the week. We had a bit of fun, wandered around the museum, and he told us some great stories. And they're watching live from Boston, so great to have them watching this Mondello Park Historic Festival, and great to have them here. Recently, we're getting ready to go. The Lenham on pole position. Tusting it is, but look, watch the chevron on the outside. So 3 Lenhams and 1 chevron. Away they go, glorious sound effects as they light them up. Tusting leads across the line and heads down towards turn 1. There's the markers we were talking about going through, and big lock up on the outside. The chevron tries to go around the outside. Forsberry doesn't quite make it on that occasion. Can he hang on to second place at Campion Corner? I think he's going to lose. Oh, around he goes at Campion. That's not a nice place to go off, but controlled it well after the back got away and didn't go into the bank, thankfully. So that chevron should be back. So it's all the Lenhams up front now, 1, 2 and 3. And a few spots of rain on the camera down at turn 3. We weren't expecting that at Mondello Park. It's still quite bright. You can see in the background, if you can see the Hill of Allen from Mondello Park commentary box, generally the rain is going to stay away, but absolutely there are definitely a few spots out at turn 3 as they come back towards the main arena. And the big long left-hander out onto the international loop where these cars can stretch their legs. Glorious sound effects now as the 3 Lenhams battle on the way up the hill, and the McLaren getting alongside the chevron now on the way up to Lola Corner. Moving a little bit tiptoey through Lola, but the pole man still leads. Tusting, that is, down to 7A and B. And again, a little bit of rain down there. A few specks on the commentary box window here as well as they battle away. Big challenge for second place, doesn't come off. 7B not really an overtaking place, as the disciplinary people generally tell the tin top racers here at Mondello Park. The order as they went across the line, it's Dwyer now leading from Tusting, Owen, Stokes, Waring, Kelly and Doyle in 6th place, top Irish car, then Holman, Thompson, Grant, Rigney, Combe, Forsberry. So Forsberry still going after that spin, but back down in 10th place. Stiff breeze now at Mondello Park, which hopefully will take those clouds away. It looks quite bright in the weather that's coming towards us. Change the lead, as we said, the leader dropping back. The slightly greasy conditions obviously not suiting that car. Looked like he was going to be the pace of the field. Now this is a 1 hour race, but there's a pit stop window that opens in 20 minutes and closes 20 minutes later at the 40-minute mark at close. So you need to make your pit stop in that time, and your pit stop has to be a minimum of 75 seconds, I'm told. So that should be quite interesting when that happens. That'll be driver changes in most cases as well. Tusting in the Lenham. Chevron beginning to crowd the Lenham now as they head down towards 7A and B. A little bit smoky on the down change, perhaps, the Chevron. It's a good battle. 7-8 cars there together for that second place battle. Tusting, the pole sitter there, up over the left-hand curb at Bahrain's Benz. He tries to get away from the flame-spitting chevron behind, who's being crowded by that McLaren M1A. Getting a little bit sideways on the way out. Dwyer well ahead now. This is the battle for second place going through. Tusting it is from Owen. Mark Owen in the B8 Chevron, a little white car. Possibly a little bit more nimble than the Lenhams in front. Gets it a little bit sideways. He gets on the power now and heads through Campion Corner. That's where the other Chevron went around. We'll keep an eye on his progress. Forsby's up to 9th place already. Chevron looking for a way down the inside. 33 Dwyer leading this one strongly. Mark Dwyer in the 69 Lennon, there he is down into the S's. Well, it's normally the S's, but not today, because we're heading out onto the international circuit. Of course, the long left-hander seems to have stopped raining now. Clearing from the commentary stream. We can see the Hill of Allen out the back. That should guarantee us good weather as they come up the hill. Great to have these cars over here at the Historic Festival. We haven't seen cars like this racing for many years. In fact, I think the last time they came to Ireland was probably in the Phoenix Park. Remember Sterling Moss in one of these chevrons beating Dickie Atwood back in probably late 70s at the time. But iconic little cars, and great to have them here at Mondello Park. Spoke to the drivers there this morning and yesterday, and they're having a great time enjoying learning the circuit. I met a few of the UK drivers walking the circuit the other night, and somebody had beautifully handwritten a guide to the track for them, including aim for the big tree down at Duckham's, as it used to be called, turn 3 down there. So somebody had given them some vital information, all learning the track and doing track walks all weekend. So absolutely fantastic stuff. The lead was 4.5 seconds for Dwyer last time round. For Tusting, probably be slightly bigger, because Tusting having to half defend, as you see there, holding the centre of the road up to Southside Motor Factory's corner. Doesn't want to leave a gap, or that chevron will be down the inside. Mark Owen, that is. Second, third, fourth go through. 4 is Julian Stokes in another Lenham, and then the McLaren behind. 97 Andrew Waring in the McLaren M1A. It's the white car at the top of your screen. And then it's Kelly and Doyle, and they're actually in a Crosley. I thought they were in a Lotus, but they're in a Crosley. That's the Gulf liveried Crosley, going nicely, and actually right with these guys. They're in 6th place, but they're right with this battle. Just watch this as they go through picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last car there, that's the top Irish car. That's David Kelly and Stephen Doyle. Kelly at the wheel now in the little Crosley 9S. Crosley, of course, a big manufacturer of sports racing cars, and still going very strongly in Hollywood in Northern Ireland. John Crosley has produced some wonderful cars through the 60s and 70s, and they won races all around the globe. So Dwyer's lead was out to 5.4 seconds. He set fastest lap at 54.734. That's probably 4 seconds off pole position, but there was a little bit of rain. I think that's cleared up now. I don't think it's going to come back either. So they're down at 7A and B. It's a leader all on his own. Beautiful car, quite softly sprung. You can see the front of the car dipping when he gets on the brakes for Bahrain's Benz there. Named after Martin Bahrain, of course, through the right and left there. They're all drifting the cars around just a little bit. Dwyer, Tusting, Owen, Stokes, Waring and Kelly the top 6 now. So in fact, second place beginning to get away. I think as it dries out, Tusting, who remember was on pole position, is getting back into his groove. There he goes. Look at him using more of the curbs on the way out of corner, and not having to defend too much now on the way up to Southside. And this might be a quicker lap. The leader goes through. Will he do a fastest lap? He should do. Yeah, 54.201, fastest lap of the race. Let's see what Tusting can do. 54.3, so just a tenth off. Okay, so he's stabilised the gap now. If he keeps this improvement up, he may be able to track him down, but it's a 1 hour race, so if he can just stay in touch and get a good pit stop, he might be able to shout. So the little Crosley chasing down the mighty McLaren in front now, and drifting beautifully on the way out of turn 1 and heading for Campion Corner. So second place is where the battle is, although it is beginning to space out a little bit now. It's Tusting, Owen and Stokes, but certainly number 97 Waring in the McLaren with one eye on the mirrors, because the charging Irish crude car there right with them still, the little Crosley 9S. Dwyer leading by 5.5 seconds as they went across the line last time round. So the dynamic of the race changing just a little bit as Tusting begins to get the head down. But it's a new fastest lap for Dwyer in the lead. He's gone down into the 53, so the track is definitely drying. As we said, they're not at qualifying yet, but they would have had a light fuel load on for qualifying. Remember, this is a 1 hour race, so full tanks for most of these cars. The leader is pushing on though, isn't he? The car moving around under him just a little bit at the second part of turn 2. The gap was 6.1 seconds last time around. He did a 53.686. Trusting did his personal best, but it's a 54.2. So the gap went from 5.5 seconds out to 6.1 seconds. Let's keep an eye on Kelly and Doyle. They're at 55.5, so dropping off a little bit. I think perhaps they were the wet conditions were suiting them. There's the McLaren, and as you can see, it's easing away now with the big power from the little Crosley. Great sound from McLaren as it blasts up Kennedy's Rise through Lola corner and out onto the back straight. Second place battle, although it is a lot more spread out now. Little Chevron still in there in third place. Pit stops will be crucial because they do seem very close in terms of pace, don't they? Although the Chevron, there's the leader just going out a shot. And now easing away from that battle and certainly looking strong in second place is the pole man. That's Tusting. Owen in the Chevron. And Stokes in another Lenham right with him. Then the McLaren. Then the Irish drivers in the Crosley. David Kelly. He'll be handing over to Stephen Doyle. Another really quick driver in that Crosley. But I think as the track dries, they just don't really have the power to stay with some of these big cars. Plus the fact that they're being very well driven. These guys getting quicker every time they go out. Of course, a lot of them haven't been on track here before. Down the straight towards turn 3 and through that double apex right-hander. So remember, a 1 hour race, 47 minutes still to go, and when we get to the 40-minute mark, the pit window will open, so that means they can pit from then on for a 20-minute time frame. They can stop, do their pit stop, change driver if they want, and rejoin the race. Dwyer, Tusting, Owen, Stokes, Waring and Kelly the top 6. Up to 7th place now is the 55 car that spun early on. So that was the front row starter. That's David Forsberry. So great recovery from him in the Chevron B8. Back up to 7th place. Lapping at a 54.7 last time round. So quicker than everybody except the first 2, I think. Although there's a new fastest lap, 53.5 for the leader that time round. Let's see what Tusting can do. 54.2 personal best. 54.5 for Owen. 54.8 for Stokes. 55.2 for Waring and 55.899 for Kelly in the Crosley. There's that McLaren. I'm almost sure I had a Scalextrics car that looked like that when I was a kid. Probably still have it somewhere. The Chevron heads out towards the double apex right-hander again. Turn 3, still known to many seasoned Mondello heads as Duckham's. It was sponsored by Duckham's for many, many years. If you passed somebody going into Duckham's, you were a brave man or woman. As the Lenham heads out, clips the curb on the exit of the International Loop entrance, or new to old, or old to new, as some drivers refer to it. Then up to Lola corner, a long, long right-hander. Doesn't take an apex, runs right around the outside there. Remember, quickest man on track, so that's obviously working. Second place, Tusting still going nicely. And Owen just holding off Stokes, although as I say it, Stokes with a slightly narrower line on the way out, trying to get alongside, as we saw in the Fraser Nash in the pre-55 race, and he has a go down the inside on the brakes. Well, he got alongside with the Chevron, happy to sit round the outside. It might have it for 7B. They're trying hard, these boys, aren't they? Side by side on the way up the hill now towards Bahrain's Bends. Who's it going to be? I think the Chevron round the outside, but no, I think they'll let him down the inside, takes that place away. Well, it took half the straight and 3 corners to do it, but nice move, and that's a change now for 3rd place. So now Lenham's 1st, 2nd and 3rd, Chevron relegated to 4th place. So just 4 minutes now until the pit window opens. So a little bit of a decision to make. Do they come in immediately? You see the Marcos unfortunately in trouble in the pit lane. It's a shame. So Dwyer, Tusting, Stokes, Owen and Waring the order here. In fact, a change for 6th because Forsby has caught and passed Kelly in the little Crosley. Next up now, they should be going to. There they go. So look, watch this car now. That's the car that started on the front row. That Chevron. Really being driven hard, doing some quick lap times. They've put away the Crosley now, they're chasing down the McLaren. So Forsberry is now up to 6th place, and he's done a 53.6. So that's the 2nd fastest lap of the race, and it's just 1/10 off the leader. Now right out to the outside, kissing the curb on the way up. You can see how hard they're trying in the little Chevron. He'd be angry with himself for that spin at turn 2, but he made sure he held on to it. It didn't go into the bank. Gathered it all up and got back on. He was way down. I think he was 12th place. He's just taken 6th place from this car, the Irish Crosley, and charging down and quicker than everybody ahead bar the leader now. So keep an eye on that car, the little red Chevron, all the way back up to 6th place. There we go, to 7A and 7B. This will probably be another quick lap from them as well. So there's the Marcos we spoke about. Beautiful little car. And it's rejoining, so they've managed to get that working again. Fantastic. So the little Marcos 1800 GT, Callum Grant, rejoining the fray. So a Volvo 1800cc engine in that car, as opposed to the Ford V6 that some of the later cars had. There's Connor Cook in the little blue and white MG Midget. Just staying out of the way of some of these really quick cars. He's a class winner regularly in the HRCA series in that car. Drives it really well. There's Dwyer just fishtailing a little bit as he stands on the power. He's pushing quite hard here, isn't he? As he comes out of Southside. New fastest lap of the race, 53.449 for the leader. 54.2 for the 2nd place car of Tusting. 55.5 for Stokes. Then a great battle here as the Chevron has caught the McLaren. Watch the top of your screen here. Here we go, these 3 cars coming down towards us again. The little red Chevron has hauled its way back up. This is a great battle. That's Owen Waring and Forsberry, but Forsberry come from way back. 54 dead for Forsberry that time round. Quicker than everybody again, bar the leader. So watch the little red chevron here as he gets a run on the McLaren now. On the way down the straight to 7A and B. McLaren stretches its legs briefly there on the straight, but the chevron very quick through the twiddly bits. Turn 3 now on the way back up the hill. He gets a great run, good traction, but the McLaren has definitely got a better turn of speed in a straight line, so he's going to have to think this one out, I think. Forsberry. He should be quick through here again and get a good run up the hill. He does get a great run, but again the McLaren uses the curbs, opens the taps and just eases away, but he's going to have a look on the brakes into Lola, and he's done it. Down the inside, a committed move again. That's a very quick corner. Doesn't go too wide, gets a great run actually. And he's got and the car moving around as he stands on the bar. He's obviously pushing really, really hard. Not happy with that spin earlier on, but he's driving superbly now. Owen knows it and keeps the door half closed as they go into 7A. Out to the edge of the track, back into the apex for 7B. And up the hill again, leaving the McLaren behind. This is a great run, isn't it? David Forsberry, 2-litre chevron. Closing down the other car, spitting flames when he lifts off and changes down every time. Owen. Forsberry though going really nicely here, and in fact we've got somebody, has the pit lane opened? It has. Pit lane has opened, so that's our first pit visitor. Somebody coming in for a change. That elevates these two up a place. Down the outside, is it going to be the classic Mondello Park switchback? He thought about it. The two chevrons are very equal as they come out onto the main straight line astern now as they blast past the start finish line. This is great stuff. Owen stays to the inside. There they go, still absolutely together, and it hasn't changed just yet, side by side for what's now third place these guys are fighting for. So this is fantastic stuff. Owen not going to hand it away, certainly not to another chevron. And charging back up through the grid as Forsberry has a look down the inside. They're going to be side by side on the way up the hill. He'll be on the wrong side though when they come down to the long left-hander to Bridgestone though. He's got the nose ahead. He's gone in deep on the brakes. He's left a gap on the inside. I think he's done enough. This is great stuff. Well, these cars being really well driven at Mondello Park. Isn't it great to have them here? The McLaren wants a piece of the action as well. Waring, and he's just motored up behind the two battling chevrons again. So Dwyer still leading this one. One car is, chevron drifting around Lola corner. This is great stuff from Forsberry. Driving that car superbly as it should be driven. Hard on the power of the car, moving around under him through Lola corner as he blasts down the straight ahead. Look how much he's left these guys behind by. Now Tusting, our poleman, has just done fastest lap. He's just gone quicker than the leader by 0.6 of a second. So the poleman beginning to get used to it and beginning to really push on here. And again, look at that car drifting around. The McLaren gets by Owens as well. That's Waring has got by on the way up the hill and into Bahrain's Benz. I think this will be an interesting lap time to see what Forsberry does this time round in the little chevron. If he doesn't pit, we'll be watching the times. He has already done a 53.6 as his fastest. 53.4 is fastest lap of the race. No, he decides to head to the pits. So won't see a lap time this time. That elevates the McLaren. Oh, and one of the cars being wheeled away, I think. 31 is the car that was second. He's come in. 104 also in the pits. Richings. Well, they're running out of space just a little bit now as the two chevrons park up. Okay, so if you're driving on your own, you need to get out and walk around the car. Well, it's hard to get out of a chevron, isn't it? There's not much room in there. This looks like a driver switch, perhaps. Yes, it is. So 57, that's Jay Gom. Actually, it's showing on the program as Robin Lackford in an MGB. That's definitely not an MGB. Some of the cars rejoining now, another chevron, 3 of them in a row. Richings just rejoining the action now. There we go. And 31, was in second place, now dropped to 6th place. That's the car with fastest lap of the race. Tusting just coming out now. Should be able to blast by that car. I think that's possibly, it's not in the program, it might be an Elva. This heads through turn 1. 19 is Owen. Now Tinkler in that car. Driver change done. As 55 rejoins. There's 33. That's our leader. Dwyer has not stopped yet, and a lap ahead of everybody else. Beautiful looking car, being driven really well. Fastest lap of the race that time around again, a 53.3, so nailing in the fast laps while everybody else is in the pits. Sun still shining brightly here at Mondello Park. Lovely weather conditions. There's one of the beautiful little Lotus Elans lifting an inside front wheel there, number 15, as he chokes it down into the S's. That's Matthew Wrigley really having a go on the little Elan. Up Kennedy's Rise now, named after David Kennedy, who of course is here with us and will be out on track after this race, demoing some of the cars from the Mondello Park Museum, the Martin Bahrain collection. There's that Marcus. It's not slow, is it? It's pretty quick through that corner. Obviously doesn't have the straight line power with the Volvo 1800cc engine, but it's quick through Lola Corner. So once Dwyer pits, we should know where we are. The window will close, I think, in 3 minutes. No, it's got a little bit more. Apologies. He's got a bit more time, but he's got a little bit of traffic now. I wonder, would that be a good time to come in? I'm sure he's got a strategy. Hard on the brakes, two of the chevrons in front of him now. One of them a little bit sideways there. He gets up the inside on the way out, though. Great traction. Those Lenhams are impressive cars. Going very nicely here today at Mondello. Right out onto the curb again. Still really pushing. Doesn't go to the pit lane this time round. Staying out, still in the lead, 33. Mark Dwyer, 1969 Lenham. Easy to spot with that colour scheme. Hands in the air, unfortunately. That's 31. That was our pole sitter. That's our pole sitter. There's a problem there, parked in a little bit of a precarious spot, but obviously nothing you can do. Hands in the air to warn people. 31 stopped on the outside of turn 1. So that was the pole sitter, and a car that had done its pit stop. Certainly won't be going any further. So we've got a stationary yellow here on the main straight. That's the leader still trying to get places by. 55 he's battling with. That's the Forsbury car, now driven by Newell. Very equally matched, these two, in terms of lap times, as we've seen earlier. Has a look down the inside, but doesn't make it on that occasion, I don't think. No, not giving it away too handy. Well, they're not on the same strategy, and one of them's done a stop, the other one hasn't, but they're still having a good scrap as they go down the back straight. Chevron goes to the right, the Lenham to the left. They're down to 7A. It looks like there's going to be a big lunge down the inside there, but we've cut back to the safety car, which it looks like is about to be scrambled. Didn't make it on that occasion anyway, so they'll do 7A and B. There's no safety car board just yet, is there? Let's have a look. Yes, there is. The safety car boards are out. These guys haven't got to it just yet. They're still trying through Bahrain's bends. It's Mark Quinlivan out on track there. But he hasn't seen it. That's a low slung car. Didn't see that safety board sign and just launched it down the inside, but I'm sure he'll see it here and should ease off. He can probably get his pit stop done under safety car now if he sees the boards. That doesn't look like he's seen them, or has he? No, doesn't go to the pits. Well, that would have been an opportune time for the leader to get into the pits just as the safety car is sent out. Well, the safety car at least will hook up with the leader. That's Mick Keogh again. He's getting more laps here than he does in a Siltec Safety C-Tech Fiesta race. In the BMW, he's got his daughter with him today as well in the car. So flashing lights on, just to alert the drivers behind. They're behind the safety car, so that car will just have to be towed to safety. That will take a couple of minutes, so we'll be back racing again with the 1 Hour Guards Trophy race at the Mondello Park Historic Festival. Barry Swan down there, hooking the car up. He's done this many, many times, part of the Mondello Park crew. Making sure they take the slack before they tow that car away. Barry jumps back in. We should get that car in the back gate of the paddock relatively easily because it's down at turn 1. So they're just looking for a gap in the traffic to get away, and away they go. There's the leader in the pits now. Safety car is out, so it still will work out quite well, I would imagine. So he's driving on his own, so I think he has to get out of the car and back in. So the team all around the car, it's going nicely. Somebody giving him a hand with the belts there. So that's 33 in. That's 97, in fact, just in front is the Waring car. Sykes is going to get into that car now, but that car is in second place. They're both in the pits at the same time. Pit window almost closing. Pit window still open, but that car hasn't moved, so they haven't been able to move the car. I wonder, it must be a transmission problem. They'll have to lift that car, I would imagine, if they weren't able to tow it away. It's going to be a relatively big operation, so the safety car could be out there for quite a while. Of course, these guys getting their pit stop done while the other cars are lapping at a slower speed, so it will help them a lot. Well, I'm not sure if the leaders got out of the car. Maybe he doesn't have to get out of the car. My understanding was that they had to get out of the car if they weren't doing a driver change. I may have got that wrong. Here's the leader rejoining. Still in the lead. Just about, because the safety car is coming around, but he will be able to do a whole lap and come up behind that safety car. So he's, in effect, he's gained a lap on the whole field here. If you get out in front of the safety car, you can keep running at a slightly higher speed than the safety car and try and get around to the back of the train, and that's what he will try and do now. Somebody else taking the chance to pit. Safety car coming down towards us. The lights are still flashing. That's an indication to the drivers behind, and indeed to us, that they're still going. They're going to do another lap. When those lights go out, they'll be controlled by Mick or Mick's daughter, probably in the passenger seat. That will signal to us and to the drivers behind that they're going back racing at the end of that lap. The BMW Ireland safety car will then peel off into the pit lane, and the leader will dictate the pace of the rest of the cars and when they go back to full racing speed. So we've got at least one more lap to go. 25 minutes to go on the clock, which keeps ticking while this is happening. It goes down through turn 1. There, in fact, is the leader. Just going by the grandstand now and having done that whole lap and caught up on the safety car train. So he's effectively a lap ahead, and that's what he's showing. If you're watching the live timing at home, if you're not, you get it on timing.ie. But if you're watching the live timing, you'll see he's showing 17 laps completed. So is Waring, the second place car, which we did point out was also in the pits at the same time. And from Thompson down, all the way down third place, have only done 16 laps. So effectively, they have gained a lap due to pitting during the safety car. There's our leader, 33. Beautiful little elan just ahead. Great to see the Marcus back on track again. Callum Grant and the Marcus. Really enjoying the circuit here at Mondello Park. We were chatting to them in that garage last night. Having great fun. So just after this race, the Martin Bahrain collection will be out on track. 3 cars have been chosen, all have links to Le Mans because we're celebrating 100 years of Le Mans at the festival this year. So David Kennedy will be out in the Ford C100 that he told us briefly about, a car that Ford built to try and win Le Mans. Very successful car, and he actually raced that car in Imperial, so he'll be driving that car. The BMW M1 Pro car, which Martin Bahrain also drove to a class win at Le Mans, will also be out with Ian Beattie. Ian's the sporting director here at Mondello Park, and was out laying grass yesterday with Roddy Green. Everyone's been working so hard all week, and Ian just loves driving that car. He's driven it here before, and he's driven it at Goodwood in the UK. So Ian will be out in that one, and then Nicole Drought will be out in the Spice Heart, which is a C2 Le Mans car. It's a 4-cylinder turbocharged 2-litre Hart engine with 600 brake horsepower. She had a quick spin on Friday. I reckon it's the quickest car she's ever driven. Certainly quicker than the Ford Ka she drove last week in the UK. The lights are out on the safety car. That's what we were waiting for. So we're going to go back racing. The leader will be keen to get to the front of this train as quickly as possible. I think he should be able to do that. He's got by the Elan. I thought he was behind that one in the group, but somehow has squeezed by. That BMW, it might be electric, it's incredibly quick in a straight line. And he's just put the foot down, a little bit indicator on, and Mick Keogh heads for the pits. So we're back racing at Mondello Park with 22 minutes to go. Here they come now. Watch out for the 5th car here. That's our leader. Looked like he wants to take a place already. He's tucked in behind that chevron as they come out onto the main straight. Great, the sound effects are back as they go by. 55 goes through. That's Newell in the car that Forsby had. Oh, big lock up. Oh, locked the left front and almost went off on the outside, and a load of understeer there. So cold tyres perhaps, but that looked very uncomfortable, didn't it? As the Marcus and Lotus are side by side. They're in the same class and they're having a great battle down at turn 1 through Campion Corner now at racing speed for the first time in a few laps. I wonder was that cold tyres? A massive lock up and a big moment down into turn 1 for the first car in this train. That car is actually in 5th place overall when this all sorts itself out, because the leader, the first 2, as we said, are a lap ahead. McLaren's off. Not sure where that is. Turn 3 that is. He's managed to collect it as long as he doesn't reverse into the ground, which he doesn't. Great stuff. Nicely recovered. Big drift on the grass. Ian Beattie be cringing when he sees his grass being dug up, but no damage done and a great recovery down at turn 3. So back on track. We might see another climb back up through the ranks. Here comes our leader, Dwyer. Oh, slices down the inside for position. Not for position, actually. He's leading, of course, but wants to get up to the front of this train if he can. Stephen Doyle out now in the little Crosley, taking over from David Kelly. Stephen Doyle, very successful Irish historic racer. Together with his father Michael, would have driven a variety of cars, most best known for Lotus Elan that he drove for many years. Going nicely now in the little Crosley. Leader goes through it straight back on it, 53.604, far quicker than anybody else. A little bit of understeer there from the Marcus as he tries to hang on to that Lotus. He was telling us the Marcus handles really well, but just doesn't quite have the power of the Lotuses. They've been a lot more developed over the years. They're very, very quick. So Dwyer still leading this one out of turn 3, 33. Started 4th on the grid with a 154.212. He's been well under that. He's been almost a second under his qualifying time. That's Newell in the Chevron next on the list for Dwyer. Newell a 54.4 last time round, so it won't be that easy to get by. There's only less than a second in the difference of these two cars in terms of lap time, but the leader will want to get by as they head down towards 7A and B. Chevron and Lenham has a good go on the brakes, gets right up to the back of the Chevron, but no room down the inside on that occasion. Through 7B now and back up the hill. Here they come. Chevron still leading the Lenham on circuit, but the Lenham leading Dwyer. Still a lap ahead, as we said, with 19 minutes still to run in this one. Has a little sniff down the inside, but doesn't get it done there. Chevron with great traction on the way out, just gets a length or two. Back to paddock corner now, a little bit of curb on the inside. Right out to the exit curb, and then up to this final corner. The late turn in for this one. And then out onto the start-finish straight here at Mondello Park, through Southside Motor Factor's corner that time. Let's see, in a straight line, not much in it in a straight line. That's the job done. Or is it? As the Chevron fights back as they exit the corner, leader goes right out. He's gone back past him again on the exit of turn 1 on the run to Campion. Brave stuff, got to run out of turn 1 and tackle Campion offline, which is hairy stuff, but got through it. And the leader being held back. Remember, this car's a lap down, but still fighting hard. Newell, that is in 55, right up on the inside curve, really trying hard at turn 3 now as they come back towards the main arena. And Lenham trying to get alongside Dwyer. A little bit quicker perhaps in a straight line. Brave stuff, he goes around the outside. He doesn't have to do that. He's in the lead, he's off. Oh, and it's a big one there. Off on the outside. The car's still the right way up, but absolutely no need for that one. He was leading by a lap, but off into the tyres there. He's absolutely fine. He's already out of the car. They both went in a little bit hot there, and look at that, the car right up on the tyres. He's absolutely fine there, but he's not happy about that at all. So the car probably not that badly damaged, but certainly was a relatively hard hit. Well, the gravel trap and the tyres doing their job there, taking the impact of the car just bouncing as it hit them and staying there, 2 wheels up on the barrier on the right hand side. So spectacular stuff. And the safety car's been scrambled again. Mick Keogh's not going to get too much coffee today. Looks like he's getting ready to go. There's 55. So who's that going to be? That's going to be Waring, I think, back up into the lead. Still 17 minutes to run in this one. That is spectacular stuff. So safety car scrambled again, and we'll get the order as they go by, but they've all seen the safety car board. They've slowed down to a respectable pace. That car will take a little bit of removing, I would imagine. So all that excitement, and the driver, the main thing of course, the driver's absolutely fine, indeed he is. Mark Dwyer, that was, have been driving beautifully, just came in there a little bit hard trying to get around the outside of that Chevron, couldn't get it stopped, and just bounced up on top of the tyres, but as we said, he's absolutely fine. So we might be able to have a look at that one again. I think the guys from See It Live have got hold of a replay. Let's have a look at that one again, and we'll see what actually happened as they come up out of turn 3. Here we go, up out of turn 3. He's on the outside, and they've both gone in really late on the brakes. Look at the back letting go on the leader. Inside front being locked by the chevron. Still holding on to it here, but just runs out of track really. Across the gravel, trying to get it stopped, and then watch the impact. There you go. That's the tyres doing their job. That's why they're there. So the car, well, relatively undamaged, but he's absolutely fine and out of the car. But it was a big impact as he came in there. Just both went in a little bit late on the brakes. Nobody wanted to give the place away. And unfortunately, that's cost us our leader, who had driven superbly. It's Mark Dwyer, who started in 4th place in the grid. And it used the strategy perfectly, pitted under the safety car. Strong lead and was looking very good in that one. But he certainly will not finish this one now as the safety car is still out there. I think the officials probably looking at what they're going to do here. So Sykes it is now in the car, formerly driven by Waring, 97. Showing it's a lead of this one. That is the McLaren M1A. Little Marcus behind the safety car. They're being waved by now. Mick Keogh just waving them by. There's the car he's looking for. Nicely executed. That's the leader, that McLaren. So releases the Marcus and the little Lotus Elan. And getting the leader, the idea about trying to get them back into a train and some semblance of the order. Beautiful McLaren there, 92, 97. That is now, I think it might have been Adam Sykes in the first stint. There's Connor Cook, the little midget. Kevin Flanagan, I think, sharing that car with him today. Thought I saw that being wheeled into a garage earlier, but obviously they sorted it out and it's back out there. I'm not really sure what is going to happen here, because certainly that car, there's no effort to move that car from its perch up on the bank. There we go, it's still there. At the S's. So still 12 minutes to go, so probably too long to end the race under the safety car, I'd imagine. So I don't know whether they'll stop it or whether they will try and recover that car while the safety car is lapping. Well, there's your answer. It looks like they're going to remove it. Turn 1 with the gravel. They've been raking the gravel all week here at Mondello Park. John Rock and the team, and cutting the grass in preparation for this big event. Putting up banners. You can see the Beacon Hospital and Carole Nash over there on the right hand side, and all the Campion ones on the left hand side for Campion Corner, as the BMW Ireland safety car leads the pack back up towards us. So 11 minutes still to run on this one. It looks like that Waring Sykes car has lost a lap. Because everybody's showing 22 laps completed. They were one of the cars that were a lap ahead. Well, loads of messages coming in from competitors and former competitors. So Bernie the Bolt watching from the UK, gearboxman.co.uk. He's a racer here for many years, raced a couple of different cars, came from the Fiat Challenge in the UK and raced Global Lights, and now does a little bit of Formula Ford 2000 racing. So big hello to Bernie, a big friend of us here at Mondello Park. Glad he's enjoying the action, which we'll be back to shortly because that car should be removed. Hopefully we'll get another lap out of this. Let's see, there's still 10 minutes to go. We've got plenty of time. Still the length of a sprint race to go out. And it's not all over yet because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars all on the lead lap. Sorry, 9 cars all on the lead lap. I can't count today. 9 cars on the lead lap. So good stuff as the BMW Ireland safety car leads them through the left and then the right and then the left of Bahrain's Benz. Past the Siltec safety sign, out on the international loop. Through this long left-hander. One of the UK drivers were struggling to master in testing yesterday. They went and did a number of track walks. It's a very, very late turn in here. And your instinct is to turn in early and you just run out of track on the way out. But they've obviously got the hang of it because they've been driving superbly. Some of the lap times, really impressive stuff. And the Fraser Nashes, we saw how quick they went in the pre-55 race earlier on. So if you want to come down tomorrow's an even bigger day down here at mondellopark.ie to get your tickets. So we'll have demonstration laps after this one from the Mondello Park Museum cars. Then we will have the St. Brigid's Trophy, the first big trophy of the weekend for the HRCA. And we've got a packed grid of HRCAs and a really tight qualifying. Dave Griffin on pole position, but not by much. So that will be highly entertaining. HRCA have done a great job and got themselves a huge grid for this event. And that'll be definitely worth watching. Then we will have the Bahrain Trophy for historic Formula Fords, both 2000 and Formula Ford 1600. And Noel Roddy is P2 on the grid, but used to be famous for his standing starts. As we said to him earlier, he thinks he might be a little bit rusty, but don't be surprised if Noel manages to lead past the grandstand on the first lap, although he was beaten to pole this morning, so that'll be interesting and some great fun in the Formula Ford 1600s. Great to see some former names back out. Mark McKenna with a huge smile all over his face. I met Brendan McKenna in the paddock too. Patrick McKenna is around. Wonderful Formula Ford motor racing family, champions all three, and it's great to have them back in the paddock. And Dennis Sheehan back down here as well, raced for many years. It's great to see it, so we'll name check them when they come out onto the grid later on. But it's great to see Formula Fords back at Mondello Park as well. They gave us great entertainment for many years down here. There's the car being recovered. That's Ken Elliott had given them a hand there. They've managed to pick it up by the roll bar, so absolutely fine. They'll get that back into the paddock. I wonder will we see that car back out tomorrow. Let's really hope so, because it was driven superbly and it looks fantastic. Here they come back down towards the S's again. That's a display from Porsche Dublin. You can see in the foreground there of the live stream some beautiful classic Porsches there. Well worth a look if you're down here. And some brand new machines as well. That car will be in the back gate shortly, back into the paddock, and we should be able to go back racing with 7 minutes on the clock. Well, good placement, because they're just out on the furthest point away they could be, so I would imagine they'll get that in and get the gates closed, and we can go back racing this time around. Just watch the flashing light on the top of the BMW Ireland car. That should come off shortly, and then we will be ready to go back racing. They've inspected the barrier, they've got the car back into the paddock, and they're just about to close. They're closing the back gates now, so the tower will be in communication with Mick in the safety car, hopefully to tell him to flick off that flashing light. There we go. He must have heard them, so the lights are off. Mick and his daughter now heading back towards the pit lane one more time, and we're getting ready to go racing. The big McLaren leads the pack. Great sound as they begin to light them up. Kevin Flanagan in exalted company in the little midget here. He'll have to get out of the way, I'd imagine, on the main straight. There's a lot of horsepower around him. Here they come. Green flags are waved. Look at the speed of the McLaren, and indeed the Chevron going with him in a straight line. Well, that is the battle for the lead, and in fact a look down the inside for the lead. The Chevron has a look down the inside, 42, that's Coleman. So that is a battle for the lead. All these cars going for the lead straight away. This is it for the race win with 5 minutes to run. The McLaren under big pressure from Coleman in that black Chevron. And somebody else having a go on a Chevron. There's 2 red ones. I need to check the number on that one as they go by. Is that the Thompson car, number 6? No, it's 55, isn't it? It's Newell in the car, and he's going down, taking one place. He's going for second, locks the inside front again. Still has a go, gets up the inside of the McLaren, gets on the power, and takes the lead on the way out of turn 3. So there you go, 2 cars in one corner, and takes the lead. So the little Chevron leads now, coming down into the S's. The McLaren falling back slightly, and indeed Coleman having a look down the inside again. Out they come, they're all opening up the taps. The Crosley in the mix too, this time with Stephen Doyle on board. Little Gulf liveried Crosley with the Irish drivers. The Marcos still battling away with the Lotus there on the way up the hill. But look at the lead now for car number 55. Andrew Newell in the car that Forsberry ran in the first section of this race. Big lunge down the inside now from Tinkler in the car driven by Owen in the first half of the race. Gets that done. The Crosley has a go too. Stephen Doyle gets through. He's up another place. The McLaren beginning to fall back. I wonder is there a problem, because that McLaren had great pace earlier on. He's going to lose another place on the way up the hill, but has enough brake horsepower to be able to pull alongside and take that place back on the run up the hill. Stephen Doyle beginning to flick the little Crosley 9S around, number 26. He knows his way around Mondello Park better than all these guys. Doesn't quite have the ultimate power. Back into the car, moving around as he turned in, wasn't it? He really is having a go here. They're coming back towards us again. Just 3 minutes 56 to go. First, second. Third place, it looks like the Irish boys are up to third place in this one. Indeed they are, and the little Crosley, that's some going. Stephen Doyle now at the wheel. Out onto the curbs, really having a go. I wonder can they hang on to this and get a podium. It would be absolutely fantastic. They are indeed. Third place overall, it's Newell, it's Tinkler, and it's Stephen Doyle. There we go. So Irish honours being upheld a little bit of this one as the leader goes through Campion corner. Past all the Porsche signage and sideways from the second place. Tinkler really firing the little Chevron through Campion corner. And look, that's why, look behind him, the little Crosley is charging up on his tail. Stephen Doyle on a big charge here. Wonder can he possibly get a little bit closer. A podium would be wonderful, but could he possibly get second place? I don't think the car will have the pace to hang on to that little Chevron. They're so quick, those Chevrons, as we've seen all day. Salan making a place up there. So just under 3 minutes to run in this one. Here's our leader, putting down a little bit of rubber. 55, Newell at the wheel now. Andrew Newell down to 7A and B on the brakes. Through the right, through the second one, 7B and back up the hill. Car quite soft again. You can see when he gets the brakes, the front of it squats down. Look at Stephen Doyle. He really is having to go. He's very quick through here. We'd expect that. He's local. Back up the hill again. Really having a go to hang on to this Tinkler and the little Chevron. That's a battle for second place overall. McLaren still under pressure there from Coleman in the another one of the Ginettas. The Chevrons, I should say. So the leader will have, I would suspect, probably one more lap after this one. This could be his last, it will be his last lap. So big battles all the way down. There's the Crosley at the top of the screen, still chasing down that Chevron. Let's have a look at the lap times. 55.5 for Tinkler in the Chevron, 55.985 for Stephen Doyle. They're up a place. Coleman gets ahead of the McLaren that time. Great sound effects from the Chevron as it blasts by us here in the tower, with the leaders out at turn 3 for the final time. Right up over that inside car. That car's been well driven all race long. Both drivers really trying hard, taking lots of curb and hanging the tail out and pushing it really hard down into Bridgestone now. It's a little bit twitchy there, still trying hard on the final lap. Right up over the inside curb. Wonder does he know it's the final lap or how big a lead he has. Really is pushing hard on the way up Kennedy's Rise now. Heading for Lola corner. It's not over yet for second place. Stephen Doyle really having a go. I don't think he's got the straight line speed, but certainly he knows Mondello, as we said, far better than these other guys. He should be a bit quicker through corners like these. But that Chevron is well driven too. Tinkler going nicely in the car, driven by Owen at the start of the race. They're looking good for P2, but Stephen Doyle doesn't think so as he closes them in on the brakes down into 7A and B on this the final lap. Second place far from decided. I think he gets closer and closer, almost close enough to have a go now as they come back up the hill. There's our leader, but the battle is for second place at the top of the screen. Tinkler just leading Stephen Doyle, who's on a big charge here. The Wicklow man through the right and left of the chevron, hanging the tail out now. Both trying so hard on the final lap. Checkered flag is prepared at the start-finish line. It should be Newell to take the win, but who's it going to be for second place? And Doyle it is this time, who hangs the tail out. I don't think he's close enough. If he can get a run through paddock, he might have a stab on the brakes, but I don't think he's close enough. They're both trying so hard. There's your 1, 2, 3. After 1 hour's racing, they're all within sight of each other. So the Forsbury and Newell car coming down to take the checkered flag. He's absolutely delighted, fist in the air. Really happy with that one, and takes the win. Who's it going to be for second place? It's going to be Tinkler takes it. But Stephen Doyle right in there too, and a cracking final lap for Stephen Doyle. 155.496, faster than the 2 cars in front. So great charge and a little bit of Irish glory as the local boys end up on the podium. Forsbury and Newell take the win. Owen and Tinkler take second place, and a wonderful third place for David Kelly and Stephen Doyle. Then Coleman in the car number 42, the black chevron. And you can hear it behind me before you see it coming up on the screen. The Waring and Sykes McLaren goes through. Then Thompson, Wrigley and Gom. So great stuff from the Guards Trophy. Well, if you thought that was going to be a bit of a snooze fest, you were very wrong. Action from the start all the way to the checkered flag. Really good stuff. And that's car number 88 coming out of the final corner now. They've done pretty well, haven't they? The little underpowered midget, Connor Cook and Kevin Flanagan are going to get a 10th place finish. So fantastic stuff. So that was the Guards Trophy 1 hour race. Fergus, no doubt, will tackle the drivers shortly down on the podium. And then we will be on track with David Kennedy, Nicole Drought and Ian Beattie at the wheel of the Mondello Park Museum cars.
Standing on the pit straight, please make your way to safety off the racetrack as quickly as possible. Taking a picture, maybe with a nice memory, but it's holding up the racing here. Please make your way off the track as quickly as possible.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating auto test challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack.
For welcome to our second trophy of the weekend, our second podium for this one is for the Guards Trophy, a fantastic up and down 1 hour race, 60-minute race. So there's a lot going on in that race, a couple of pace car periods, the leader going off, but in the end we had a fine finish with a very close finish between the top 3 drivers. We don't appear to have our third place pairing of David Kelly and Stephen Doyle here, so if they can make their way up to the podium, that will be, well, we've one of them. And we have the other. So it'll be terrible for the Irish guys after making their way up onto the podium not to get up there. Unfortunately, due to an oversight, we only have one trophy, but we'll sort that out afterwards. Come on, Stephen.
Well done. Haven't seen him yet.
Up there. Well done, guys. And then in second place, the first of our UK visitors is Mark Owen and Ben Tinkler. As you can see, Mark was the man who did the first stint. He's already in his civvies. And that's Ben then coming up the stairs second. Well done to them.
Well done, guys. Well done. Well done. Great stuff. Well done.
Again, and our winners, after a fantastic performance after the final pace car where they really put on turn of speed, overtook a few cars and got clear in the lead. Well done to David Forsberry and Andy Newell. fine big trophy for this pairing. We will have a quick word with them, with all of them.
Well done, guys.
Each couple will have to decide which one's going to do all the talking. There you go, lads, well done. Better shake the hands, and then we get on with the interview. So starting as usual with the third place. Who wants to do the talking? Stephen, what was that like?
Yeah, really good fun. I suppose I won't tell any lies. I was glad to go out. We left the pit under the safety car, which suited me because we probably, if anything, with the Crosby suffered a little bit of brake fade, so that gave things time to cool down and really got me a good, settled in for a few laps. So really, yeah, delighted with the result.
At the end there, it looked like you might even take second.
Well, I was wishing I could wave my magic wand and adjust that time board, because a few more minutes now we might have shaken things up a bit. But anyway, maybe next time.
Okay, well done to the pair of you. Great to have one of the Irish entries up on the podium. Who's going to do the talking here? Mark?
Hi.
So you looking nice and relaxed. Anyway, you've been out of the car a little while.
Yeah, good half an hour out of the car, back in the shorts. Perfect.
Okay, well then it's only fair that you do the talking. How was it for you guys? How'd the car go?
It was good. Yeah, the start of the race was pretty hectic, as these guys know. So we avoided another spinning chevron. But yeah, no, it went well. For 15 minutes, we started to lose the brakes a little bit, so we had to settle into a rhythm. But no, it was great fun.
Okay, well done. Got to do it all again. Obviously tomorrow, slightly shorter race, but for the Dublin Grand Prix trophy tomorrow, we'll be looking forward to that. And David, you did the last stint there, was it?
No, first stint.
It's the first stint. So, well, I'll talk to you then. He looks out of breath. So well done on that. It's a good last stint. I mean, you had to come back, buy a couple of cars to get the lead.
Yeah. Well, we were the chevron that he missed on the first lap, so we were last after the first lap. So to get back there is unbelievable. Andy and the safety cars did us a big favour, but Andy drove.
So all credit to Andy, ladies and gentlemen. He's the one who brought it back from last place. Well done, everybody. We look forward to seeing more action from the Guards Trophy tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be going over now to some demonstration runs on the circuit with our bikes and also the Le Mans cars, so a lot to look forward to for the rest of the afternoon.
So the bike demo is currently on track, and our resident bike expert Fergus Brennan is on his way up, having just done the podium. He's on his way up to comment. He's here already, so I don't know how he's going to be able to talk because he's just sprinted all the way from the podium. But Fergus is our resident bike expert, and he'll be able to run us through some of these really exciting machines. I know there are a lot of bike buffs here, and they're very, very impressed with the calibre of some of the machines that Fergus has managed to attract to this event. So we've got a little bit of paperwork with him. Thankfully, safety net for me, because I'm not really up to speed on motorbikes. So Fergus will be with us in just a moment's time, and he'll give us some little indication of what's happening out on track.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry with the bit of a delay in terms of letting you know what's going on track. We've got a fine selection out there, mostly two-stroke bikes. And two-stroke bikes are not something we get to hear or see or indeed smell, the wonderful smell of the two-stroke these days. So it's great to have so many bikes out there, some very important, historically very important bikes out there. Particularly the ones that have come over from the UK. There's some ex-Barry Sheen bikes, so we're going to take a look out now and see what we can see coming down the straight. So number 8 going by there, just down by the grandstand, is the Suzuki of Clifford Stewart from the north of Ireland, Suzuki 500 Mark 1, one of the very early 500 Grand Prix bikes, and this would have been raced in the World Championship at one stage. And 500cc bikes are very rare, very quick machines. Difficult enough for people to ride if they don't know their way around a two-stroke. So it's great to see so many of them out there. So we're just from the terrace, we're just taking a look out to see what else we can see coming around. Just going down by the grandstand at number 45. That's the one of the most modern bikes we have here today. It's an actual MotoGP bike from 2012. It's a suitor from a championship that ran within MotoGP called Claiming Rules Teams. It's a very strange name, but basically it was privateer MotoGP bikes using 1000cc superbike engines to keep costs down, and they ran as a separate class within the MotoGP World Championship. So that's Robin Heathcote out on that suitor MotoGP. You could just see him going around turn 3 there now on the big screen and heading back down towards turn 4. Robin's a very keen racer, races in the Classic Superbike Championship and coordinates the Classic Superbike Championship. So we're just looking out now as well to see what's coming down the straight next. A couple of the TZ250s going by, and then the older, that's a very interesting bike. I'd never even heard of it before. There's an interesting story behind the Rengini, I think it's pronounced. I can't find the information. Or here it is, the Bimota Rengini number 37. It's a 350. It's owned by, it's ridden by, I can't read the writing here, but today it's been ridden by Robert Toy, but it's ridden in the Intercontinental Grand Prix Championship Historics, and it's owned by Dennis Gaskin. And it's a twin-cylinder designed by Thomas Rengini, who was the works rider for Morbidelli until he had a falling out with him, and then he decided to build his own bikes, and that's what led to the development of that. And then just going by down the straight now by the grandstand is one of the Barry Sheen bikes. It's one of the later ones. It's the Akai bike, and again, don't know a whole lot about this except that it's Chris Riches that's riding it, and he's the owner, and he's brought 3 bikes over with him, and all of those bikes can be seen in the paddock. So that's the number 7, the white one with the Akai on it. Unfortunately, we have a few number 7s out there, so I'm looking out for the other one of Chris's bikes, which is being ridden by Jeff McMullen. As you see Robin Heathcote blasting past down the straight again. Also just looking at, out there for Mike Meskel, who Mike Meskel has a lovely Rock Yamaha 500cc Grand Prix bike. They were, as far as I know, a Rock frame that raced in Grand Prix using the Yamaha engine in them. And then going down the main straight there is bike number 17, and that is Mike on his YZR 500 Yamaha. And it was ridden by Juan Lopez Mella, who was the top privateer in 500cc racing in 1992. And then Mike got hold of the bike and he put it into the colours that that type of bike would have been ridden for the Miller team by Eddie Laycock and Jeremy McWilliams. And there's some of the actual bikes from Laycock and McWilliams from the Miller racing team are here. Bikes owned by Con Law. He was having a few mechanical issues earlier on, so it's possible that Con's bikes aren't out there. And we're looking to pick out some of the other bikes. We haven't seen any or spoken about any of Ian King's bikes yet. Ian has some lovely Suzuki GP bikes, and there's one of them going by now. It's number 23. That's Ian riding it, and that's an ex-Anthony Gobert World Championship Lucky Strike bike, so it would have been well known for the colours that were on it. So it's an RGV Suzuki 500. Anthony Gobert was He was a bit of a teenage sensation, and he was employed as the number 1 rider alongside Daryl Beattie in the Work Suzuki team. But his bit of a wild child life led to him unfortunately failing a drug test a couple of years after. In the second year he was with them, and he got sacked mid-season. So this bike is the last of its type, and it's in the original condition that it was in when it was last raced. Ian also has a Randy Momola 500 here, but he hasn't chosen to take that one out. He'll probably take it out tomorrow. A lot of these guys, we see one of the Conlaw bikes is out there. It's number 2. I'm not sure if I have. He has the Honda and the Yamaha. The Honda 500 is a twin, and they were looking at running that today, but they really wanted to run the Yamaha, but the Yamaha is the one that they couldn't get running, and this one was ridden by Jurgen van der Gerber, the Dutch rider, and he was the first privateer rider ever to qualify on the front row of a Grand Prix. When he qualified in 4th place, at that time there were 4 riders per row on the Grand Prix bikes or Grand Prix start lines, and he qualified for his home Grand Prix in Aston in 1997. And then William Miller Racing continued with this bike into Grand Prix racing, and it's now being ridden today for Conlaw by Tom Dermody. So Tom lives in Australia now. He's an ex-racer, but he now rallies a Mark II Escort and has his own collection of bikes. An Irish guy living in Australia has number 7 bike with Jeff McMullen goes by down the straight. Jeff is a man who has his own Suzuki here, his own Suzuki 500, but unfortunately there was another classic event last week and he had some issues at it, but it is on display down at the end of the paddock. If you want to get a closer look at any of these bikes, you need to walk right down the end of the garages that are past all of the fencing. Then in at the end you will find a couple of garage fulls of these bikes and a load more out in their awnings out in front at the back of the garage. You can get a really close look at them. So Jeff is now riding one of Chris Rich's bikes, one of the ex-Barry Sheen ones, the older one of the two. Jeff's just heading down into turn 4 now. He's on camera. That's Jeff McMullen, obviously taking it nice and easy on someone else's bike. But the sound of these 500s is fantastic. We have a couple of 4-stroke machines out there as well, a couple of super bikes, both belonging to Mike Meskel. And then there's Steve Royal, who's on an ex-Juan Borgia, just number 19 gone by us. He's on the same Rock Yamaha as Mike Meskel, but is ridden by Juan Borgia in MotoGP. We also, I haven't spotted yet, Dennis Clancy, but Dennis Clancy's bike is a very, very unusual bike. It's because he describes it as a brand new TZ250, and the reason he's able to say that is, and he said to me at one stage that he never would take it out on track, but he has just taken it out, and up to last year when he appeared with it here and had it on display at a couple of our events, Dennis's bike had never been ridden. So it was a TZ250 which had he'd had for a long time. It had been bought new and had been kept in a crate, and he had decided that in order to keep it, for it to hold its value, he decided that he wasn't going to race it anywhere. He said one of the number 3s that's down there, unfortunately there's a few of them, it's a 2009 Yamaha TZ250, and it's basically a brand new TZ250 having its first run out ever on the track. So it's completely white. I hope it's got a number 3 on it. That may distinguish it from the other number 3s that are out there. As Jeff McMullen goes by again alongside Keith Millen on his 1989 Yamaha TZ250. These guys, if we don't put the flag out soon, a lot of these guys are going to be very tired. They're not used to doing 15-minute sessions in these, and a lot of these guys have never seen the international track before. As up on screen, you see one of the 250s heading down in towards turn 3. Just looking to see who that is. 71, number 71. 71 is it's a new number. He had no number on his bike when he brought it here this morning, so I just need to go through my information to find him. That's Rodney O'Neill. And when he was asked about his history for this bike, he said it was unknown, basically. So the checkered flag is out. Been quite a hectic session trying to fill you in on what's out there. But if you want to find out more and want to get a closer look at these bikes, just come down into the paddock, and the riders will be happy to tell you all about them. You can get a good close look at them. Kieran MacDonald, one of the first ones taking the checkered flag there on the Eugene MacDonald Yamaha F2 bike from 1984, I think it is. And then we watch for some of the others coming by. It's a long lap for them here. And thankfully all of these two-strokes, which are supposedly very temperamental bikes, seem to have held up, and we've nobody stopped out on track. Everybody seems to be still running. I see Mike Meskel heading back into the garage as Richard Pearce-Jones with one of his bikes goes across the line. So I think that's it. So I hope we all enjoyed getting a look and seeing the sights and smelling the smells of these old two-stroke machinery. It's fantastic to have them here. Great to see the ex-Barry Sheen bikes along with all the other ex-MotoGP bikes, ex-road racing bikes, and the few two-strokes, and of course Robin Heathcote's most recent MotoGP bike, the 2012 one. And if you want to get a close look at them, the guys are finished with them for the day, so they won't be fettling them. They'll have them available to look at down along the back of the garages and down at the very last garage down at the end of the paddock. So I hope you enjoyed that demonstration run from the motorcycles. Next up will be our Mondello Park Martin Bahrain collection cars are going to be out on circuit, so I'm hoping that Leo's going to come back up for that one. Still there coming down. Dennis Clancy there on the all-white bike going through. Followed by Rodney O'Neill. So Leo has rejoined us here now. He's going to be taking over as we talk about the car demonstration runs for the former Le Mans cars, all with an association with Martin Bahrain, and hopefully they'll get better weather than they did for the run earlier, Leo. Hopefully they'll get better weather than they did for the run earlier.
Yeah, I think it flashed rain as soon as they went down the track. Yeah.
So the last of the bikes just coming around now back into the paddock. So that's it for today from the bikes. We'll have 2 more runs for them tomorrow, so we're looking forward to that, and there should be a couple more of them, the ones that had problems today, hopefully running tomorrow. But still a very good, strong grid of them out there. Some great old bikes with great histories. And as I said, drop down into the paddock and have a word with them.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Fergus Brennan. Taking the pressure off me because I don't know anything at all about bikes, as Fergus got big history with them. He ran the Masters here in recent times. Of course, we don't have bikes here at the moment, but hopefully we will have at some stage in the future again, because it's a massive community. The social element of it very much involved. They're the cars that are going to go out on track. Now, they're all Le Mans related, bar that Formula Atlantic, which is just going out for a run with them. That's Mike Nugent. That's Nicole Drought in the Peer Group livery car. They're 600 brake horsepower, 2-litre turbo Spice. An SE86. There's Ian Beattie in the Hans J. Stuck car. That's a BMW Pro car, but it was converted to endurance racing spec. That's David Kennedy in the Ford C100. And they're all just getting ready to head out there now from the assembly area, or their display area at the top of the paddock. Yeah, Argo Formula Atlantic there. That's been restored over during COVID by Mike Nugent. It's absolutely mint. Would have raced here in period. And he's also out in a Lotus Elan here this weekend. That car attracting a lot of attention in the paddock. Some issue with the Spice, just getting it going there. So fingers crossed. There's the Formula Atlantic, massive part of Mondello Park, Formula Atlantics. Many people have great memories of those. I remember as a kid, they used to hurt your ears when they went by the grandstand. So that's a C2 car, that is 1987 Spice with a Mugen, or it's not a Mugen, a Hart engine, 4-cylinder, 1.9 actually, and a big turbo on it. So plenty of lag and loads of power, some 600 brake horsepower, and capable somewhere around 200 miles an hour. There's David Kennedy, very well known to us here at Mondello Park, cut his teeth here racing Formula Ford 1600 back in the day and had a stellar career all the way up to Formula 1, one of the quickest guys in British F1, and he never got a top line drive in F1, went to sports car racing, won his class on a number of occasions at Le Mans. So he's got great memories. He raced this car in period, the Ford C100. It's worth having a Google and getting the facts on that. Ford wanted to beat Porsche, the might of Porsche, and built this car just for that. So he's weaving around trying to get some heat into the tyres now as they come down through the left-hander and heading up onto the international circuit. Mike Nugent behind them in the Formula Atlantic. So they'll be trying to they're going to take a shortcut here, I think, as they did last year. Indeed they are. So they'll be trying to get a little bit of heat into these tyres because cars don't obviously have new rubber. They're museum pieces, but they're always kept. All Martin's cars, or almost all the cars, are running in the museum, and those that aren't, there are plans to get them running. So Martin Bahrain was very proud of that collection. It's worth having a look at. If you're here at the circuit today, the museum is open, and you can access it during the week as well if you ring ahead at the circuit. Well worth having a look at. There are some 11 Formula 1 cars. There are many different cars, 2 NASCARs, some sports racing cars, a couple of Indy cars. Even Jackie Stewart's actual Indy car from the 60s is in there, a Lola as well. Looks like there's some sort of problem starting the spice down in the paddock here below us. So the cold drought not on track just yet. So just the rest of the cars out on track now. Okay, so Nicole getting out of that car just below us here. Doesn't look like she's going to get out there. That's a shame. She's driven many different cars, a couple of Formula 1 cars. She tested a Lola T70 here last year, Chevrolet engine sports car from that collection, and she'll be out tomorrow. If they can get that car running, which I'm sure they can, she'll be out tomorrow as Ian Beattie leads them around in the BMW M1. It's a car that BMW built to take on Lamborghini and Ferrari and the other supercar manufacturers, mid-engined road car, and they built a load of these cars, pro cars they were called. And what they used to do is bring them to Grand Prix race weekends in the late 70s, and all the Grand Prix drivers, can you imagine, would jump into them and do a race on the Saturday. So Carlos Reutemann, Niki Lauda, Gilles Villeneuve, all the names at the time would have raced these cars on the Saturday of a Grand Prix. Probably you couldn't do that now with contracts and stipulations, but certainly it was very successful. They're highly valuable now. Martin Bahrain's won this car here. He purchased it, converted it to endurance spec, and took a class win at Le Mans in the car. Ian Beattie's very experienced driving these museum cars, and that car in particular, he's demonstrated here on many occasions, and he's brought it to Goodwood in the UK as well. So Ian beginning to wind the car up to speed now as they get going. David Kennedy in that incredible Ford C100. I think there are only a handful of those cars in the world. There weren't that many of them built initially, and there are 2 of them in the Martin Bahrain collection. So David Kennedy driving that car as he did last year. They're down at turn 3 already. All very powerful, but all very valuable. So just being demonstrated here today. And the beautiful Formula Atlantic and Mike Nugent in there with them too. Look, I thought Ian was going to head out onto the international loop that stage, but he didn't. We're all closing up just a little bit now. The tyres will be coming up to temperature. 15 minutes I think they have out there. Great sound effects as they begin to give the cars a little bit of a stretch. I'm sure they'll do it again on the main straight this time. You can hear the blips of the throttle as they hand tow them down through the gears. There we go. A lot quicker that time through. David Kennedy, Mike Nugent. Once again in the M1. As we said, the museum is open today. Do go in and have a look. 2 Jordan Formula 1 cars. The ill-fated Lola Formula 1 car, the car that brought the company down before Martin Bahrain bought it, is in there as well. Famous MasterCard car that was driven by Vincenzo Sospiri. There are 2 Pacific Formula 1 cars driven by Bertrand Gachot, the driver who famously ended up in prison after a road rage incident in London and lost his Jordan drive, which allowed Michael Schumacher to make his Formula 1 debut. His checkered flag is waved for Ian Beattie, for David Kennedy, and for Mike Nugent. Glorious sound at Mondello Park, especially the Atlantic, evoking memories for many people here today. Well worth a look at the paddock. That Argo Formula Atlantic is absolutely beautiful. It's been lovingly restored, and it looks like brand new as they come round turn 1 and go through Campion Corner. Checkered flag having been waved. They'll come back into the paddock. They are on display in the paddock if you want to have a look at them, and they'll be back out on track twice again tomorrow. Hopefully the Nicole Drought and the Spice will join them next time round, but for some reason that car wouldn't fire up. Cars coming back around in the pit lane this time round. Ian Beattie, David Kennedy and Mike Nugent bringing in these 3 fantastic cars. You can see at the top of your screen there the HRCA cars ready to go. Massive grid of them, and that'll be incredible racing. So almost ready to go with the Brigid Trophy. It looks like the drummers are back out again. I wasn't aware, so apologies for that. They're down in front of the grandstand, so they will entertain again before we go racing. There they are. And then it will be the St. Brigid's Trophy race for the HRCA.
Thanks very much, everyone. Would you like one more? Would you like one more?
There you go, a little bit of entertainment for the crowd in the grandstand, and we're ready to go racing once again at Mondello Park. And this is one of the big ones. It's the second big trophy of the weekend, the St. Brigid's Trophy, presented for the first time last year, and the HRC8 class will get to race for it. And that man is on pole position, Dave Griffin at the bottom of your screen. Huge heritage in the Griffin family from racing, rallying, auto testing for many, many years, all very talented. And Dave, of course, runs the Bill Griffin Motors dealership on the N7, Ireland, or Dublin's biggest used car supermarket. And they've bought this Crosley 9S recently and had it wrapped. Looks absolutely fantastic. It should have been David Kelly next up. I don't see David Kelly in the queue, but I do see Tommy Doherty. Tommy Doherty probably should be worth watching in this. That car is far more modern than anything else. It's I think it's about 1988. It's ex Peter Faulkner. It's an MD GT. It's a car built by Morgan Dempsey in Cullion Beg and Mullingar to suit the GT rules at the time, where the car didn't have to be based on a production car, so it's more or less a miniature sports prototype is what it is. A very effective bit of kit. There were two built. Morgan Dempsey still has the other one, I believe. This car changed hands a number of occasions. John Keeney owned it, Peter Faulkner owned it, I think Alan Kessie, Eddie McInerney, and now Tommy Doherty owns the car. TD Racing, Tommy Doherty, very successful Formula Ford racer and team owner back in the day. Big heritage in motorsport as well. Then Jackie Corcoran, relegated to the second row, which rarely happens at Mondello Park. Jackie has won many, many races at Mondello over the years. That fearsome Sunbeam Tiger is incredibly quick, but some of these sports racers much lighter and much more nimble. Then Jackie's son-in-law, Gareth Thompson, in that beautiful MGB GT V8, great sound from that car. Then Brendan Keane in the first of the single-seaters. That's a Clubman's car, front-engine single-seater, a Malloch. And then after that, Billy Crosby, another Crosley 9S. Watch out for Billy Crosby, another man from Formula Ford 1600 heritage here at Mondello Park. Very quick, number 1. Then Lewis Dunlop in the little Lotus Elan, another very quick car. Stephen Kelly a lot further back than he would normally be, number 147. He's a front runner in the HRCA normally. Will struggle a little bit for power. Bernard Foley as well. We don't see Bernard that far back. Row 5 for Bernard Foley. Then Val Thompson in the TMC Coston. An Irish-built car built by the Thompson family, TMC, Thompson Motor Company down in County Wexford. And Clive Brandon in the Lotus 47 alongside him. Bill Griffin in the Lotus 7 Mark IV, an unusual Lotus 7. He goes very well in that. Qualified a lot further back than he should have been. Said his neck was hurting him a little bit this morning and couldn't really get a good lap time in. Watch out for Bill Griffin. He'll make a cracking start. He always does. Then Connor Cook alongside him, who drives the little MG midget on the door handles. Then it's Michael Nugent in the Lotus Elan, Wolfgang Schnittger in another MG midget, James O'Mahony, Johnny Flynn, Billy Patton, Frank Cassidy, Peter Kendrick, Brent Hughes, I don't think is out there, the gearbox on that lad I gave trouble, a Group B lad, a rally car, and then Eamon Henry and Liam Murphy. Frank Cassidy was driving his dad's MGB GT V8, but I think he might have had an off in that car yesterday, so he's borrowed Mick O'Shea's MGB GT, but it's not a V8, so a little bit further back. Frank Cassidy lives in the USA these days, a very, very quick racer back in the day in Strikers and in Historics, of course. His dad, Morris Cassidy, a top racer for many years in this class as well. So down through 7A and B, great to see. They've struggled a little bit for numbers in the HRCA. It's great to see this grid. They've worked really, really hard at it. They're a good bunch of guys, and they work really, really hard to get more numbers up, and they've managed to do it for this meeting. If you do it for this meeting, the numbers should stay high. It's traditionally how it works. There's Bernard Foley. Watch out for him in the Impact Ireland Metals car. Very, very quick driver. Races that in the UK as well in some of the big V8 championships. There's Bill Griffin in the Lotus 7. Connor Cook and the midget Mike Nugent, fresh from his demo on track in the Formula Atlantic. There's Frank Cassidy in the blue MGB GT. And Peter Kendrick in the little Mini. I think we're missing a few cars. I don't see Liam Murphy in the Volvo out there. So this should be interesting. I think Tommy Doherty's car potentially quicker than anything else on the grid, but Dave Griffin, the Crosley is no slouch, and Dave Griffin drives it superbly. He's very relaxed about his motor racing until the lights change, and then he's a formidable competitor. We've seen him in Strikers, we've seen him in this car before, many different cars, Rally Crossing and Mark II Escort, and Dave loves being behind the wheel, and he would love to win this trophy again. Photographers all grabbing their chance to get a picture as he lines up on the front row of the grid. Yeah, we are missing the David Kelly Crosley 9S, which we saw finishing on the podium in the Guards Trophy race, so not sure what the problem is there, but hopefully we will see it back on the grid before the weekend is out. We're almost gridded up here. Wonderful grid of historic cars at the Carole Nash Historic Festival, and this one for the St. Brigid's Trophy, a big trophy for the winner of this one. Here's Bill Griffin on the left in the green and yellow Lotus on the 5th row of the grid. Watch out for him, he always makes great starts. The Tiger, Jackie Cochran's Sunbeam Tiger can be hard to get off the grid. The pole car should be good mid-engine, he should be able to just drop the clutch and it's just squat and go. But actually it's Tommy Doherty that stops, hopefully won't get collected, he doesn't, they all get around him. And Jackie Corcoran gets a great start. Tommy Doherty's away, so that'll give us entertainment, but Jackie Corcoran's got the lead, and Dave Griffin looking around the outside. Griffin in the Crosley right around the outside of the Sunbeam Tiger at turn 1. Oh, Jackie Corcoran doesn't give him any tarmac at all. He's not generous with the tarmac on the way to Campion Corner, and Dave Griffin had to back out of it. He won't be happy about that. And the Tiger now stretches its legs on the back straight and just drives away from the Crosley. There's talk of 500 brake horsepower coming from the front end of this Sunbeam Tiger, but it's certainly not going to be as nimble as the sports racers. I said watch out for Billy Crosby. He's up to third place. Brendan Keane in there too. Garrett Thompson and all the rest. And look at this, Dave Griffin has a go on the way up from turn 3. He goes down the outside, back to the inside. Jackie Corcoran's got that covered. Jackie Corcoran now really going nicely, but Dave Griffin gets a run on him again. The Tiger's so quick in a straight line though, it just drives away on the way up Kennedy's Rise towards Lola Corner as the MG Midgets battle. Johnny Flynn in the middle. Johnny Flynn waving at Conor Cook there to go around the outside as they go up the hill. Dave Griffin gets a great run and Jackie Corcoran gets out of shape, and it's not often I've said that. We don't see him get out. He's usually on rails, but a big twitch from the back end of the Tiger. Jackie knows he's got a big challenge here, but he would love that trophy. And Billy Crosby's not gone yet. He's still there in third place. Brendan Keane is there too, and Garrett Thompson. And once again, Dave Griffin gets the run on the way up the hill. He's looking to the inside. Jackie gives him the big squeeze. Dave's not going to back out of it surely. This time he gets down the inside. Crosby thinks about going around the outside of both of them, and sideways Dave Griffin takes the lead. Griffin leads now hard on the brakes through this long left-hander. This is where the Crosley will be at its best. It's the main straight. He'll have to worry on a spinner from fourth place. Brendan Keane goes around in the clubman's car. Back end got away as he was changing down. There's Stephen Kelly in the similar car goes through. Bernard Foley, Bill Griffin, Val Thompson, Conor Cook and all the rest come streaming through. Now this is where he's got to be careful because Jackie Corcoran's car is going to be so quick in a straight line. Just watch this. The Crosley gets a better run. It's got better traction. He's got a 4-5 car length lead, but here comes the Tiger at the end of the first lap. Jackie Corcoran's car so quick and he gets this run at the Crosley as they go down the straight, but Dave has done just enough on the way out. A big lock up for Jackie again. We don't see that normally, and he's stuffed it down the inside. This is not like historic racing. This is like one make tin tops. Jackie with a big go there down the inside. I think he knows if he didn't make it on the straight that time, he's going to be in trouble around the twiddly bits. And now he's got a second Crosley to worry about because right on his tail is the charging Billy Crosby. I did say on the grid to watch out for Billy. He was well back in relative terms, but he was straight up to third place, and he would love to get by Jackie and have a go now at Dave Griffin, who's beginning to ease away out front. And there's the order on the left of your screen. Griffin, Cochran, Crosby, Thompson, Dunlop, Kelly, Foley, Griffin, Thompson and Brendan Keane rounding out the top 10. Brendan Keane back up and running after that quick spin as the leaders head up the hill. There's Bernard Foley, there's Stephen Kelly in the Malloch, and there's Bill Griffin just ahead of Val Thompson. Here's Jackie now through the right-hander. Jackie Corcoran on that long back straight where the Tiger can stretch his legs and just eases away. These Crosleys aren't slow in a straight line, but they're so nimble. They're mid-engine, they're very light, they're proper race car, built as a race car. Jackie's car would have started life as a road car, of course. Right round the outside of Jackie. Can he make that stick, Billy Crosby? I think he can. Oh dear. Jackie not giving him any room at all through the left-hander there of Bahrain's Benz. And Billy Crosby having to take to the curb on the inside and almost to the grass to avoid the Tiger as it turned in there to that second apex. So Jackie not in a compromising mood today as they go through Paddock Corner right up onto the inside curve. The Tiger and again begins to ease away. You can expect Billy to get a good run on the way out here, but certainly the Tiger will be quicker. Dave Griffin easing away out front now. Billy Crosby with a great run, goes to the inside, no good. Jackie's got that covered, and the Tiger then just stretches its legs on the main straight. 181 kilometres an hour through the speed trap. 162 for Dave Griffin, 163 for Billy Crosby, 166 for Garrett Thompson in the V8 MG. So V8 power seems to be the way to go, and 160 for Bernard Foley, but 181 for Jackie Corcoran. And there's Bill Griffin in trouble, unfortunately. Bill Griffin Motors sponsored the Striker Championship here at Mondello Park as well. Bill heading across the park, the car on the side of the track, but Johnny Flynn having to swerve to avoid him there on the main straight. So out onto the international circuit, and the Tiger just eases away again. Crosby still having a go at 7A and B, and we've got a little bit of rain coming down now. I can see it on the commentary box windows, and you can see it on the cameras as it gets the run on the Tiger, and again Jackie just not being not leaving any gap down the inside, and rightly so, but he's not going to hand this one away, and he's got his son-in-law closing in as well, because Thompson closing in on the back of this battling pair. Fastest lap to Dave Griffin. He led by 4.1 seconds at the end of the last lap. Surely the Tiger is not going to be as good in the wet as these light cars. It was managing to hang on in the dry, but I can imagine it's a handful in the wet, although Jackie is very quick in the wet. They're catching this Mini now, put a lap on him. In fact, are they catching Dave Griffin? I think they are, perhaps. That was Dave Griffin at the top of the shot. We'll watch the gap going by. Heading up the straight one more time. It looks quite clear from this camera view, but you can see from the back camera view, which you saw there, that there is it's definitely getting a little bit hazy as we head. There we are. Look at that shot. So there's definitely rain coming down on the back of the circuit. Lap times have dropped out quite a lot. 5 seconds slower for Dave Griffin that time round, and Jackie Cochran matching him last time round. In fact, just a tenth off him, less than a tenth. So Dave Griffin not getting away like he was in the dry conditions. So Jackie trying to close the gap, but certainly it looks stable there. It's now Griffin, Cochran and Crosby. Not too far back is Garrett Thompson, going well in that big heavy MGB GT V8. And then it's Lewis Dunlop in the Lotus Elan, which should be good in these conditions. Bernard Foley in another MGB GT V8. And then Stephen Kelly in the Malloch Mark 26. Tommy Doherty. Tommy's fallen way back, but is he coming back at them? He's not as quick as the leaders just yet. Of course, he stalled on the line. But 2 minutes, 0.6 his quickest, as opposed to a 1:54 from Dave Griffin. So now Billy Crosby looking for a way by, and again Dave Griffin still in sight. Stationary yellow there, and that's for Bill Griffin, who didn't get his car fully off the track. It's just on the side of the track on the main straight there. But stationary yellow on the entrance to the final corner would mean no overtaking as they come out of there. And now Crosby with a good run, and he's almost hanging on to the Tiger in a straight line. That's impressive stuff. 165 kilometres an hour through the speed trap for Crosby. 181.5 for Jackie Cochran, so still some 20 kilometres quicker at the peak. But the Crosby later on the brakes, it's lighter, it's more nimble, it's got better traction, and really just trying to find a way past. But Jackie driving well and placing the car wherever Billy Crosby needs to be on the way out of the corners, in the middle of the corner, which of course is where the Crosby has the advantage. So he can't do anything with the impetus he gets mid-corner unless he stays back and takes a run, and then by the time you come out in the straight, the big V8 takes over again. Jackie racing this car since I think about 1983, and has gradually developed it. Well, he's got two, and he's going really, really well. He's won lots of races in HRCA here, Kirkistown, Phoenix Park. He's even taken the car to the UK and double driven with Jonathan Files with great success. They head up the hill one more time, but Griffin still leads this one. The gap is down though. They're quicker. They're both quicker than Griffin that time round. 58.4 for Dave Griffin, 57.8 for Jackie Cochran, 57.605 for Billy Crosby. Both faster than the leader. Tommy Doherty faster than them all, 57.209. And has now climbed to 8th place. A big lock-up for the Tiger again. Massive lock-up for Jackie. We don't normally see this from him as he heads down to 7A and B. I think he got a feeling he can catch Dave Griffin here. Now the rain has stopped again. That wind has taken it away, so it should dry up. But they're certainly 4 seconds off their best. Last time round as Billy Crosby gets sideways in the 9S. Jackie a little bit wide, but gets in for a late apex, and that gives him a good run off the corner. Short straight now to Paddock Corner. Due to be renamed shortly. Paddock Corner will be renamed with a new name and new livery for the Leinster Trophy race meeting. Leinster Trophy coming back to Mondello Park in September. Through that corner again. This time I think Dave Griffin's done a better job. Let's see his lap time when he goes by. Oh yeah, 55.8. 3 seconds quicker. 57.3. 2 seconds quicker than both of the other cars on that lap, and that brings his gap out to 5 seconds. So Dave has it all in hand here, I would imagine, with 4 minutes 54 still to go. Looks like he could win the St. Bridget's Trophy for the second year in a row. As they go through Campion Corner, and Billy Crosby just drifting the Crosley around. Billy would have raced Formula Ford 1600 for many, many years, and then would have raced historics in the car that Bill Griffin is driving today, the Lotus 7 Series 4. A bit of understeer from the Tiger. A little bit of rain still on the camera down there, but it's gone from the commentary box windows, and it looks quite clear. So here they come back down into the S's. The long left-hander Bridgestone corner. Jackie gets a good run off the corner and just drives away on the way up the hill. The big V8 doing its job there. Then it's Lola corner, the long right-hander. They're about to put a lap on Frank Cassidy, I think. Indeed they do. Frank with impeccable manners, very experienced racer. Gets right out to the outside, lets them by, doesn't impede that battle at all. Here comes Jackie down to 7A and B, where he had that big lock-up just a couple of laps ago, and now coming at him on the brakes and closing the gap right down again is Billy Crosby. It's obviously a little bit drier and they're going to have a go. This is where he got a run up the hill last time round for second place. Gets the run again, moves to the right almost immediately. Jackie just feints across to cover it. Billy thinks of a run round the outside, but that didn't work the last time. He tries it again. Jackie's right into the inside curve, lifting an inside wheel. Jackie trying hard there and hanging on to second place. This is a cracking battle. Straight they go. Great sound effects from that Sunbeam Tiger. The big V8 rumbling, and 182.1 is the fastest time we've had through the speed trap in this race. So good exit that time. It's getting drier. They're both getting a better run on the way out. 166.6 for Billy Crosby. 163 for Dave Griffin, who's 6 seconds ahead now. So Dave Griffin dominating this one. It's Griffin, Cochran, Crosby, Thompson, Doherty, Foley, Kelly and Keane. Then Lewis Dunlop and Thompson. Garrett Thompson? Val Thompson, that is. Garrett Thompson, of course, in 4th place, and Val Thompson in 10th in the TMC Austin. Then it's Connor Cook, Michael Nugent, Johnny Flynn. Johnny Flynn, another motorsporting dynasty. Johnny's father, Joe Flynn, was a Works MG driver and raced at Le Mans back in 1955, I think, for the MG team. Also had a supercharged MG TC that he was massively successful with here. Johnny continued that on and raced an MG midget in mod sports here in the 70s and 80s. Went on to Formula Ford 1600, Formula V, Historics, Globals, and back in Historics now in this beautifully presented yellow MG midget that he's driving. And it's Wolfgang Schnittger, another formidable character in the midgets. Those steel-bodied midgets, they're not mod sport cars, but they're very closely matched. That's Cook, Flynn, Schnittger, those guys, and Billy Patton and Frank Cassidy. Peter Kendrick is in the pits in the Mini, and Bill Griffin is parked up. There's our leader getting a lap. This time again, he's trying around the outside there. It's brave stuff, but I don't think he can carry it off. Oh, lucky not to be contacted, and he's on the grass. Not happy with that at all. Fist in the air twice. He felt he was round the outside and had the inside line for the left-hander. Not sure if Jackie didn't see him or just turned in, but certainly there was elbows out stuff there, and Billy Crosby not happy with it. As they come through paddock corner again. Here comes Jackie in a big lead after that now, because Billy Crosby had to back right out. He won't be happy. Slices down the inside there of the little MG midget. That's that Billy Patton through turn 2, and they gap out to 5.3 seconds last time around. A 57.7 for Dave Griffin, but a 57 dead for Jackie Cochran. A little bit slower from Billy Crosby, but we know he had to back out of that move. He'll be trying to close that down again. Let's see what he can do this time round. The little Crosley 9S. These Northern Ireland built sports cars, massively successful in the 60s. Crosby using all the road there, but Jackie Corcoran, I think, beginning to get away. Doesn't have to defend now, and he was quicker than everybody last time round with a 57 dead, his personal fastest lap. But Dave Griffin has managed to do a 54.4 early on in this one. He's backed off to a 57.7 now, but certainly he's got the outright pace if he needs it. So this one for the Brigid Trophy looking like it's going to go to the Griffin household for the 2nd year in a row. Jackie goes through 7A and B. Up over the inside curb for Crosby there. Here's Dave Griffin now, final lap, final corner, Southside Motor Factory's corner for the final time. Dave Griffin in the Crosley 9S, here he comes, he'll be absolutely delighted with this one, drifts the car out to the outside. And for Bill Griffin Motors, Dave Griffin takes the big win at Mondello Park and the big silverware home. And a great battle for second place. Jackie Cochran takes second place, Billy Crosby takes third place. And that was some battle for the entire 15 minutes. So they'll be a little bit tired after that one. And a change on the last lap, Tommy Dock has got by Garth Thompson on the last lap, and he takes fourth place, so good recovery from him. Remember, Tommy Doherty stalled 55.055, so faster than anybody except the leader's lap, and faster than everybody on the final lap was Tommy Dock. So Tommy Doherty charged back up to fourth place. That's a good drive from Garrett Thompson, Bernard Foley, Stephen Kelly, and then it's going to be Lewis Dunlop crossing the line now. There he goes in the little Lotus Elan. Then we're waiting for, is it Brendan Keane? That's Frank Cassidy, but he's down a lap. Frank Cassidy coming in 15th place in the Mick O'Shea car, which he just borrowed yesterday. He's on holidays back from America, so he'll be delighted to get a race finished. Enjoying being back in Mondello Park. So I think Val Thompson is going to be next. Are we missing Brendan Keane? I think we might be on the final lap. Val Thompson coming into view now, heading out across Paddock Corner. Should come into view shortly. Here he is at the TMC Costin, and then it'll be Connor Cook next up, not too far away from him actually. Here's Connor Cook, he'll take his class. So I think that's the Joe Flynn Trophy they race for, which is for MGBs. Bees, sprites and midgets, sounds like insects. But Joe Flynn, the Joe Flynn Trophy is what these guys race for. Connor Cook is going to be first of those cars home, and then just ahead of Wolfgang Schnittger, here coming into view is Johnny Flynn in that beautifully presented yellow MG Midget, and then Wolfgang Schnittger in the BMW Art liveried car. You can Google that if you like. Another well turned out and well driven car. They come down to take the checkered flag, and that completes the action for the St. Brigid's Trophy race for the HRCA. Here's your results. Dave Griffin takes the win. Fastest lap of 54.443. Jackie Cochran, Billy Crosby, Tommy Doherty, Garrett Thompson, Bernard Foley, Stephen Kelly, Lewis Dunlop and Val Thompson.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the HRCA race for the St Mary's Trophy, their first race of the weekend. What a fantastic race it was. Great battle, particularly for the lower places on the podium. We have Roddy Green, the Managing Director of Mondello Park here, who's going to present the trophies. So we're going to call up in third place. Billy, go on up there. Billy Crosby in third place, gets his trophy from Roddy. Second place, Jackie Cochran. Come on, Jackie. More used to the top step, but on the set, I'm sure he'd be happy even with that because he had a hard job holding on to that second place. And our winner, and I believe for the second year in a row at this event, is Dave Griffin. So Roddy's going to present him first with his trophy for the race, and then with the perpetual trophy, which is the St. Brigid's Trophy, a trophy that Mondello Park inaugurated a couple of years ago just for this event. So well done to all three, thanks to Roddy. Billy, that got a bit fraught a couple of times there, didn't it? You got quite close to Jackie.
You can't see me.
That low down Crossley, is that it?
That's the problem. Yeah, but it was exciting, yeah. On the grass tracking a bit was very exciting, yeah.
And you're more used to the 7 before, so how are you finding the 9S?
Yeah, this is my first time on this track, so it's nice, yeah.
Okay, well, you've another go tomorrow, so well done. Jackie, you had a bit of a fight in your hands there to hold on to that second place for a while, didn't you?
It was a wee bit of a challenge, but I had my elbows out and the doors open and all sorts of things. I got a big lock up and a big flat spot the last few laps there, and it wasn't nice, but managed to stay in front, which is good.
Okay, well done. And Dave, am I correct? It's the second year you won this trophy?
Same race.
Well, Leo said it was, so it must be. Up down there, you're a little bit too high up for me. You said in a really blistering lap there at the start, was that the plan? And then like a 154, and then you were on 57, 58s, 59s after that?
Yeah, I didn't get a great start. I was caught napping, and Jackie makes the car very wide. He can't see us, but he's running you wide. And once I got past him, it was just putting a lap. And after that, it was just watching the temperatures and take it easy. But it was good fun. It was just maintaining it for tomorrow as well.
And did the change in conditions bother you at all?
It does put you off because you're looking in the mirror seeing if you have enough distance, and it's hard to tell. Your helmet is getting spotty and you don't know if it's lashing out or it's just so hard to tell. So you just take it home really. So I was delighted with it in the end.
Okay, well done. That's the St Mary's Trophy to Dave Griffin. Second place, Jackie Cochran. And third place, Billy Crosby. Well done to all three. And we're going to go back up to Leo now for our next race, which I believe is the Formula 4 2000. I hope I've got that right.
So another trophy coming up, the Bahrain Trophy, named after Martin Bahrain, who gave us a great legacy. In fact, these guys are racing on it. This international loop, the whole circuit, mightn't be here at all if it wasn't for Martin Bahrain. Of course, he saved it from the banks back in 1985. and invested heavily in the circuit, including this part of the circuit, the international loop that we don't use all the time. In fact, during the week that's used as a separate circuit for corporate events. It's just got a new building up there with classroom and viewing area and briefing area and all that sort of stuff. So the Bahrain family still investing in Mondello Park, and the circuit going quite well lately. This is great to see. Formula 4 is back, and actually Martin Bahrain would have loved to see this. He always had a desire to see Formula 4. It's back at the venue. So we had quite a big, strong entry list of Formula 4 2000s from the UK, but for some reason they pulled out during the week or couldn't make it, almost all of them. So we just have 2 out there now. We've got Noel Ruddy, of course, in the John Naylor car, which has been beautifully wrapped by Keith Rabbit to emulate the look of Tommy Byrne's 1981 Euro Series winning car. And Noel Ruddy, of course, was one of the quickest Formula 4 1600 drivers back in the day. And he's driving that car. He's way quicker than anybody in testing. But in qualifying this morning, Adrian Langridge followed him around. I think Noel is the assistant chief instructor here at Mondello Park. And I think he gave away a couple of free lessons because Adrian sat in behind him for a lap or two and then passed him and drove away and ended up on pole by over a second. Now, I know Noel he said the car was a little bit taily. He's been working on the back of it, and we could see new rubber, at least on the back of that car. I know he's got 2 new sets on the weekend, but I think he had 1 set on in qualifying. But certainly there's a sticker on that rear right, which would suggest that he's put new rear tyres on the car. And Noel not fully up to his mark there, which I'm surprised about. He's giving away a couple of feet to the car beside him, the pole man, number 66, in the prototype cast strength car, Adrian Langridge. They're pushing them back, actually. They've gone beyond their grid positions. Well, that's probably the last time Noel raced here. That probably was the front row of the grid, but it's changed slightly now and they moved it back just a little bit. So Noel will be wondering what's happening, but he's done plenty of laps here. He just hasn't done that much racing in recent times. Formula 4 1600's right behind them, and watch out for them because they're less than a second slower than the Formula 4 2000s. They're incredibly quick. And I was talking to Callum Grant, who's on pole position in that beautiful orange car, and he was loving Mondello Park, really having fun, working out how it all worked, and he goes really well. He's great to watch as he goes through Campion Corner, the car drifting around under him. Alan Davison, one of the quickest Formula 4 guys around, welcome Northern Ireland visitor. And then watch out for Mark McKenna, a real Formula 4 racer, loves a good scrap, hasn't been in a car for a while, but is just all smiles this morning and having great fun also. Then it's Matthew Wrigley, Spencer Shinner, Robert Wainwright, James Hagan, Cal Bennett, George Ditchfield and Dennis Sheehan. The revs are up. Who's it going to be? Noel Ruddy, famed for the standing start back in the day. Can he do it again? No, he lights up the rears. It's neck and neck on the way down to turn 1. Ruddy's on the outside, but Langridge has it, I think, on the inside as they head down. Yeah, Noel Ruddy has to get back in behind him. And Noel Ruddy with a horde of Formula 4s right on his tail as they go round turn 1 and head for Campion Corner for the first time. Callum Grant in the little 1600 glued to the back of the gearbox of Noel Ruddy's car as they go through Campion Corner. The 2 litres begin to ease away now as they head down towards turn 3. Certainly Noel Ruddy with a little bit of work to do here. Stop that UK challenger getting away, Adrian Langridge. Ruddy closes them in though at turn 3. The Ola livery car, absolutely beautiful looking as it comes back up the hill. The 1600s are so quick. Still hanging on. You'd expect a Formula 4 2000 to disappear down the road, but certainly Noel Ruddy hasn't been in a Formula 4 2000 for a long, long time. Still finding his feet, but he is hanging on. I think we're going to get a little bit of a battle here. Callum Grant and a Merlin Mark 20A leading the Fords, but Alan Davison, a far more modern Mondial, slices down the inside and takes the Formula Ford leader. Does he? Because Grant sits around the outside as Noel Ruddy begins to try and close in. They're line astern now on the way down to 7A and B. And look at this for the Formula Ford lead. Davison on the inside, Grant on the outside, not giving it away at all. The Merlin so late on the brakes, round the outside. Car way older than the Mondial, but he really is driving the wheels off it. And now Noel Ruddy's a little bit closer and beginning to have a look as they come back up the hill. It's still Langridge, but Noel Ruddy hanging on to him. New rear tyres on the car, and he's changed the setup since qualifying. Very, very determined to win this race as Noel Ruddy has a look down the inside. Oh, there could have been contact. There is contact. Oh dear. Both of the Formula 4 2000s are off. Dear, oh dear. Well, actually, maybe somebody can get back going again. One of them can, but I think that might have been a little bit optimistic. Yeah, certainly Langridge is back going again, but that's it for Noel Ruddy. Inside the first lap, and that leaves the Formula 4 1600s leading this one outright. Somebody else gone off. James Hagan, a big one. He's gone right around at Paddock Corner. Somebody else, he was in avoidance though. The red flags are out for Noel Ruddy's car. The red flags are out, hands in the air. Well, it's all action, isn't it? Reminds us of Formula 4 1600. Wait a minute, it is Formula 4 1600. So this is the Bahrain Trophy race, and it's it's all action. I'm not sure. Noel Ruddy's car went down the inside. They made contact, and then his car turned right across the bows of the Reynard, and they made contact again. And I think there will be suspension damage to Noel Ruddy's car. We're looking at it there. Good shot of it, but no, actually, Noel looks like he's going to try and get that car back out. Yeah, He's trying to get gravel off the bodywork. I wonder if everything's still pointing the right direction. He's hoping John Naylor's not watching this stream. It looks like he's trying to clean the car in the gravel trap there. Noel was furiously trying to get gravel out. I know what he's trying to do. He wants to get a toe back out. I think he feels the car is okay. Marshals are there with him. So red flags are out and the race has been stopped. Well, that is such a shame. Let's have a look back at that one. The See It Live crew have got us a replay. So let's watch it again and see what actually happened there as Noel Ruddy furiously tries to clean that car out. So here we are. This is a move down the inside. Late move down the inside. Door closed and then almost opened. And he gave him room, but Noel Ruddy just came in too hot and into the side of him. And then probably hands knocked out the steering wheel. The car turned right again across the gravel. Well, there was a gap down the inside, but it might have been a little bit optimistic. It's hard to say. That little GoPro on the roll hoop might tell the story there. If we could get a hold of that one maybe and show a replay of it. But I don't know. Let's hope Noel Ruddy can get that car back. The body language of Noel Ruddy would suggest that car's okay. He looks like a man that wants that car out of the gravel and back. And he would know straight away if the suspension was damaged. So he's trying to clear the gravel out of it, hoping he can rejoin this race. In fact, is our pole man back, Adrian Langridge? I thought he was going to head for the pits, but he is back on the grid. So hopefully that car's okay. I think if the tracking or anything is knocked out on that car, though, the Formula Ford 1600s will eat him alive. They're incredibly quick, aren't they? The old 1600, especially that Merlin. Incredible stuff from Callum Grant. I was watching him, as I said, in testing on Friday here, and then I was talking to him afterwards, and he knows what he's about, that young man. So that was a good scrap, Callum Grant and Alan Davison. And watch out for Mark McKenna. Mark's only really getting back into the groove. Highly talented driver, Mark McKenna. Raced karts with us back in the day. Then Formula Ford 1600. Started off in his dad's Reynard and went really well in that. Then got a Swift, a 92 Swift. Oh, it looks like he might be coming back in. Looks like Langridge is going to go back into the pits there, so maybe there's some damage on that car, which is a shame. Leaves us with no Formula Ford 2000s, but we have got to replay that second incident, I think, the James Hagan spin. So let's see if we can see what we can see from that one. Here they are in the background. Yeah, just off on his own. Wasn't in avoidance, so just carried too much speed. In fact, somebody else spinning in avoidance of him. Just too brave through paddock corner. The back end got away. Lucky not to be connected. That's Dennis Sheehan getting on the brakes in the Crosley. Just missing him there. So, yeah, great coverage. So, it's just going to be a Formula Ford 1600 race, ladies and gents, although Noel Ruddy doesn't think so. He's trying to get back in. I'm not sure what the regulation is with red flags, if you can rejoin. Sir. So yeah, they're hooking that car up to tow it out, and looks like he possibly will be able to make a restart. Well, the Formula Ford 1600s are gridded up and ready to go, but it seems to be a lot of work going on in that car of Noel Ruddy's there. He's getting back in and doing up his belts. So Noel is obviously keen to rejoin here. So whether the officials will let him or not, they might do. It's the Formula Ford 1600s line up, and now that's going to put Callum Grant effectively on pole position for this Bahrain Trophy race. Well, already's got the car up and running. We've just had a message in our ear that he will not be restarting, but I doubt he's had that message in his ear. The body language would suggest he hasn't. Let's see. No, he's weaving around, so he definitely thinks he's going racing. I can see him out of the commentary box here, and already he's beginning to weave the car around from left to right. I don't think Adrian Langridge would be too happy about this one, but already's not going into the pit lane. Looks like he wants to join this grid. Not sure what the regs are, but let's see. Here he comes out of the final corner. Top of your screen. They've already gridded them up. The front row of the grid is empty. Now he's going to go back to the front row of the grid. Well, all four wheels are on the car. They look like they're pointing pretty much in the right direction. Scrutineer just having a look at the car. They're making sure everything is safe. Scrutineer in contact with the officials, I'd imagine. Must be deciding whether or not they're going to let the car race, having been involved in an incident. Noel's obviously happy enough. Stressful times for Noel Ruddy at Mondello Park. Well, the Dundalk scrutineer says the car's okay for the Dundalk driver to start the race. So it looks good for Noel Ruddy. Warm-up lap, I'd assume. No, the red lights are on. I'm a little bit unsure as to what's happening here. Certainly the red lights are on the top of the bridge. 2 minutes is coming up on the electronic sign there on the right hand side of the starting gantry. No flags being displayed. I would expect a green flag lap and a warm-up lap, or a green flag lap and one warm-up, but let's see. So one green flag is being routed out there. So 1 Formula Ford 2000 now and 10 Formula Ford 1600s. Well, this will be interesting. If Noel Ruddy's car is still running straight and nothing has been bent, he should be able to walk away with this one. But if it's not, if it's even slightly out, Callum Grant and Alan Davison will smell blood, and they're really, really quick in these two Formula Ford 1600s, as we saw in the opening lap. They certainly don't have the power, they don't have slicks, they don't have wings. Davison leads them away on the warm-up lap. Callum Grant, Mark McKenna. Some beautiful cars, well worth having a look at the paddock. The standard of preparation in the Formula Ford 1600s. Absolutely amazing. Ruddy's car looks fine as it goes through turn 1 and heads for Campion Corner. Showering a little bit of gravel on the track as he goes. So all the 1600 still running. Callum Grant on 1600 pole from Alan Davis, and then Mark McKenna, watch out for him. Matthew Wrigley, Spencer Shinner, Robert Wainwright, James Hagan, Cal Bennett, George Ditchfield, and Dennis Sheehan. Dennis Sheehan, another Formula Ford 1600 man. They go on to the international loop. Alan Davison firing them on the all-round from left to right. Great to have Alan down from Northern Ireland. Mark McKenna, who's been racing this car in the UK, hasn't actually raced it recently. He's working very hard these days. Mark McKenna practically grew up in Mondello Park. It's great to have him back, and his dad's here as well. Brendan McKenna, a great character from a hard racer from the Formula Ford 1600 days, and Patrick McKenna, his brother, also a Formula Ford champion, Leinster Trophy winner, lap record holder for a long time. Mondello Park is here with us today. So the McKenna family all down here. Mark having so much fun. He's all smiles this morning in the pit lane, having gone out and done qualifying. He said he's not really getting into it yet. The car feels a little bit twitchy, but definitely having fun, and he qualified 3rd on the grid. He said he was a little bit off. He's only, he did a 52.4. Pole was a 51.7. So if he's still finding time, watch out for Mark McKenna. That's him weaving around in the green and white Crosley. 3rd of the 1600 cars, 4th of the cars overall. And some of the much older Merlin historic Formula Fords, beautifully prepared and really well driven. And Dennis Sheehan there in the yellow Crosley. He hasn't been out much lately at all. In fact, I think this event last year might have been the last time we saw Dennis on track. But Dennis, huge motor racing history as well. Himself and Vivian Daly ran the two Abracadabra Formula Opals here back in 1991 and 1992. But Formula Ford 1600, where he had much of his history. And Mark McKenna certainly will be very keen not to let the two boys away again. So watch out for him. As Noel Roddy leads them down. Alan Davison drifting the Mondial around, trying to get some heat into the tyres. He knows he's got a formidable challenger beside him in Callum Grant. So missing Adrian Langridge, unfortunately. So just Noel Roddy now, and this one should be relatively easy for him if the car is okay. They're gridded up. Waiting for the red lights to come on at the top of your screen. There they are on the BMW M10 bridge. No mistakes, and away they go. Noel Roddy leads them away. Davison next up. Somebody with a cracker start. It's Wrigley, I think, is it? Look at Mark McKenna going to the outside. In fact, Davison has got the lead. Oh, contact, I think, a little bit at the apex of the corner just briefly. That's Matthew Wrigley, I think, who got a cracking start from row 2 of the 1600s. Davison looking to go after Noel Roddy now as they go through Campion Corner for the first time and out towards turn 3. Mark McKenna up to third place, so he's ahead of the pole man. Surely not going to leave the door open there, and he doesn't. Mark McKenna slams the door shut at the first apex there. So Callum Grant probably the one that was going to tackle Davison, but he's back in fourth place. A bad start for him. So they come back down towards us again. Noel Roddy leading this one. Formula Ford 2000. And Davison in the Mondial, a Northern Ireland produced car. Beautiful little Mondial. They were always very attractive cars. And it's Matthew Wrigley. Then it's Mark McKenna in the Crosley. And then Callum Grant with a little bit of work to do. He's trying to get onto the back of Mark McKenna's car as they go through a Lola corner now and out onto that long back straight down to 7A and B. It's a 15-minute race. They're down to 7A and B. And a big lock up for Noel Roddy, and he's off on the outside of 7B. Noel Roddy's on the grass. He's lost the lead. He's got back onto it, but he's lost the lead. They're big lock up on the second bit of 7A and B. There must be something up with that car. It's not normally a place where you'd have to brake, and it certainly isn't a place where you'd lock an inside front wheel. But a massive lock up there for Noel Roddy, off onto the grass on the outside, and Davison got by. Now he should be able to get this back on the main straight, but there must be something up with the car. So Davison leads now from Noel Roddy. Here they come through paddock, and if they're queuing up behind Roddy now, so there's obviously a problem. Somebody else having to go, and Roddy has to go defensive now as they go into Southside Motor Factory's corner. Mark McKenna's dropped back a place. I think that's Callum Grant is up one. Look at Davison looking in the mirrors. Where's the 2-litre? Where's the 2-litre? Well, as they say in the pantomime, Alan, he's behind you. Here he comes. It's Davison, Roddy, Wrigley, Callum Grant, Spencer Shinner, Mark McKenna, Robert Wainwright, and all the rest. And Noel Roddy in bother here, isn't he? Because Alan Davison's got the head down in the little Mondial 1600, and he's got the lead. He's getting away, and Noel Roddy's slowing, I think, now. Very slow through Campion Corners. Obviously something wrong with that car, and Noel easing off. I think he's probably going to call it a day. He's letting the 1600s go. Looking very good for Alan Davison here for this Bahrain Trophy. Drifts right out of the curb on the outside. Callum Grant having a go now for second place. He's got himself up to third place. Hand in the air for Noel Roddy. So yeah, that was a bit, well, it looked a bit ropey at the second bit of 7A and 7B. But I think I wondered did something break or something let go, because you don't normally have to brake. You'd have to feather the throttle to come through 7B, but you wouldn't have to brake. And Noel Roddy certainly wouldn't. So for him to lock a wheel there, something was very badly wrong. Alan Davison now begins to ease away and looking like he's going to get the big trophy, or is he? Because it's going to be a change for second place. Side by side now, the two Merlins on the long back straight. But Callum Grant has done it to perfection. He's got up the inside. He should get it done. The brakes there. They're both so late on the brakes, but Callum Grant gets it done. He's down the inside in the Merlin. He's up to second place, straight into that apex on the power and up the hill, chasing Alan Davison in the Mondial. But the Mondial surely with a better aerodynamics, better suspension. It's a more modern car. He should be able to get away. And he's launching the car over the curbs, Alan Davison. We'll watch the lap times, because certainly Callum Grant will be ruining the fact that he had a bad start, and he's got a lot of work to do to try and get away from these cars behind and get up to the flying Alan Davison, who leads this one with 11 minutes to run. So a big gaggle of Formula Fords for second place now. Here they come up towards Southside Motor Factors, past the 70 years of Porsche signage on the side of the track. right into the inside curb there and hard on the power. Look at the balance on that little Merlin as it comes out of Southside corner. Mark McKenna beginning to get going again and latching onto the back of these. He had a bad opening lap, and he'll be keen to make amends. Mark wasn't overly happy with the balance on the car this morning. It looked a bit twitchy coming into the S's, and he's certainly getting going nicely now and beginning to hang on to those leaders in front. Davison, Grant, Wrigley and Shenner. There's Mark McKenna that we spoke about. He's currently in 5th place in this one, in the Crosley. Under a bit of pressure from Robert Wainwright. Oh, and that's his Callum Grant on a good lap. That's an old car, that Merlin, but I was very impressed watching him testing. We know how quick Alan Davison is from his Kyrgyzstan performance. He's a great peddler, and that's a lovely little Mondial, but that gap was 1.8 seconds. I wonder, is it any smaller as they go by this time? Yeah, it is. Fastest lap, Callum Grant, 1.5 seconds the gap. We could have a race on for the Bahrain Trophy. Grant now in the Merlin, the older car, closing down Alan Davison in the Mondial. Neither of them have too much experience of Mondello Park, but you wouldn't think it the way they're driving. Grant has come back from 4th place on the opening lap up to 2nd place. He slashed the gap down by 0.3 of a second last time round. He's the only driver in the 151s, and he's currently got the fastest lap. So Mark McKenna in the middle of a Merlin sandwich there as they head down the back, and there's immaculate Crosley. Davison leading by 1.584 seconds when they went by the start finish line last time round. Just 8 minutes to go in this one. It's a big race and a big trophy here for these guys. They didn't think they were going to get it. It was going to go to the Formula 4 2000s, but there aren't any left, and he's closer again on the international loop. There we go, just going out of shot. That was the orange Merlin there, absolutely flying. Certainly closing, and he's not right with him just yet, but there he is, absolutely flying, and that's closer than before, I feel. I know it's visual and I'm speculating, flying through Paddock corner, and Davison knows it. He's trying hard and he's using all the curbs. Look at the Mondial weaving on the brakes there. He brakes as late as he can, obviously a little bit of bias to the back, and he drifts the car out onto the curb, but that Merlin is catching him. It's visual now, you don't need a stopwatch. At the end of lap 3, here they go. It's going to be a fastest lap again, surely, is it? It is a new fastest lap, and the gap down to 0.6 of a second now. It's race on between the Mondial and the Merlin. And Callum Grant, absolutely fantastic drive from him as they come out of turn 1 and through Campion corner now. Alan Davison responding as best he can and beginning to get the head down, drifting that Mondial around, really trying hard now. Davison and Grant with just 7 minutes to run in this one. What a drive by Callum Grant. I'm not taking anything away from Alan Davison, but Callum Grant's come from 4th place, 2 fastest laps in a row, right into the apex, and he looks a little bit quicker here. But Davison's experience, he won't hand this one away. This should be a great scrap now as the Merlin closes down the Mondial for the lead and for the Bahrain Trophy honours at Mondello Park Historic Festival. Through the long left-hander out onto the curb, both using all the curb there on the way up the hill now towards Lola corner. Matthew Wrigley in 3rd place, but a little bit slower, just about a second slower than the guys, but out of touch as they go around Lola corner now in a tighter line for Callum Grant and a quicker line for Callum Grant. Now he's right in the toe of the Mondial as they're heading down towards 7A and B. Nothing in it in a straight line really. Hard on the brakes down to 7A, and he closes right up to the gearbox now with the Northern Ireland built Mondial. flicks the car sideways, gets into the apex, and Davison misses his apex at 7B and has to defend heavily now. They're weaving around the place as the Merlin almost got alongside. Davison's under pressure, and now Callum Grant just picking his moment perhaps. A cleaner line through the first bit of Bahrain's bends. He's quicker on the way out. He looks down the inside. Davison defends high and wide for Callum Grant to try and get a better run on the way out. Again he gets into the apex. That Merlin handles superbly. He's driving it well too, but it's got a great balance. Through paddock corner, watch this, both up over the inside curb and both using every bit of the outside curb. Again the Mondial defends and the Merlin goes to the outside at Southside Motor Factory's corner. 5 minutes to run. Gets a better line on the way out, tries to get the nose up the inside, doesn't quite manage it. What's he doing there? Oh, he's complaining about weaving. He's moving his hand around from left to right. He's saying Alan Davison is weaving. Well, that was really coming up from 7A and B. I thought he was trying to swat a fly or something there, but I think that was the motion for weaving as he went by. Or else it was the Team America signal, I'm not sure. Anyway, through Campion corner together, Formula Ford 1600 battling here at Mondello Park. Davison leads Grant from Wrigley, McKenna, Mark McKenna up to 4th place, Spencer Shinner 5th, Robert Wainwright in 6th place, then it's Ditchfield, Bennett and Dennis Sheehan. Once again he goes high and wide, gets into that apex to try and get a run on the way up the hill, and he does get that run. He's very quick out of the tight stuff. He goes to the outside again, just looking for a gap here is Callum Grant, and Davison defending for all his might here down into the long left-hander. Once again he was high and wide on the way and he should be quicker on the way out. He is, and he's right on the gearbox again as they come up the hill. Look at Davison looking from left to right. He's under pressure here. You can see his head moving around in the mirrors. Callum Grant will know that. This is where Callum Grant is quick. Watch the Merlin through here. Davison knows it slows him down, so he tries to run right round the outside. But it's neck and neck, and Davison uber defensive here, straight over to the right, way before the corners. No way he's going to leave a gap down the inside. But watch this one. This is where Grant got the run last time, out of 7B. They're through 7A. Watch the Merlin here, gets a little flick. There it is again, right into the apex, up over the curb, and he gets the run again. He looks to the inside, and here's the weaving again. He won't be happy about this. He's almost imitating him behind. Oh, a big run round the outside. Didn't think he could do that, but we've seen it done once or twice ever. Down the outside into Bahrain's, but he's got a better run on the way out. He's got the nose down the inside this time. Cracking move. He set that up early. He's got in late in the brakes. Nothing Davison could do. That is fantastic driving by Callum Grant. And in fairness to Alan Davison, he gave him racing room. Could have turned in and we could have had an instant there. But that was an absolute cracker. He's gone in too hot though into paddock. He's wide. He's off. He's on the curbs and on the grass, but he gathers it all up and he's leading. Formula Ford 1600, ladies and gents, at Mondello Park. 3 minutes and 45 seconds ago, I'd be hiding the checkered flag in this one. Absolutely fantastic. Davison's not finished yet. Here he comes. These Mondials were known to be aerodynamic back in the late 80s. They were known to be very quick in a straight line. And he launches it down the inside into the first corner. A locked front wheel for the Merlin, but gets it turned in. This is absolutely stunning stuff. So Callum Grant leading now from Alan Davison, 0.2 of a second the gap as they went by, but you don't need a stopwatch. Davison is fighting back here and he's quick, isn't he? He's got a good run through Campion on the way down to turn 3. Callum Grant now goes from the hunter to the hunted as he has to defend down into turn 3, second apex now. That car turns in beautifully. It's just got great mid-corner speed, the Merlin. And he's using that to his advantage. I think he might be slightly quicker than Davison around a lap, but who knows? Wait till we see the long back straight. Big lock up there for the Mondial as he tries to hang on to this aging Merlin. Callum Grant out in front, Davison right with him. Race of the day so far, this one. This is where the Mondial should be quick, surely would be more aerodynamic. Through Lola corner now. Probably another lap to run after this one as they go out onto the back straight. And again, different lines there. The Merlin running a little bit wider. There's the Mondial now, but no, the Merlin's quicker through there, and that's got him a bit of a gap. So there's no way Davison can have a go at him on the brakes down into 7A and B. Maybe you can close him down a little bit. That's what he does. Through 7A. This is where the Merlin is so good. There's that little flick again. He just pivots before the apex and then gets on the power and up the hill. Mark McKenna on a charge. I thought that was going to happen. He wants 3rd place. He's got 3rd place. Well, he was smiling this morning. He'd be absolutely beaming if he ends up at the podium here. Mark McKenna, a man that lived his life through Formula Ford 1600, but he's gone a bit wide. Can he sit around the outside? McKenna, he's going to, isn't he? Shortage of commitment from Mark McKenna. Certainly doesn't. He's not driving like a guy that hasn't been in a car for a while. He will be absolutely loving this one. He's got by these Merlins now and they're beginning to look a lot more composed. He got right into the apex there and pulled 2 or 3 lengths on the way out. That's more like the Mark McKenna we remember at Mondello Park. Fantastic stuff right out to the out. He'll be all descriptions and arms waving all over the place, telling us about this one later on. He's hard on the brakes now into Southside Motor Factory's corner. He's looking good in 3rd place. I can tell you that they've gone over the line and the gap is out to 0.7 of a second, with a 52.3 for Grant and a 52.8 for Davison. So Mark McKenna now up to 3rd place from 6th place early on. He had a bad first lap, Mark McKenna, but he's getting back into it in his traditional green and white colours. XP used to be a sponsor back in the day and it was green and white on all of the cars. So still a little hat tip to that from McKenna's colour scheme. Davison's closing in again though. It's not over just yet. Just a minute and 18 to go. I think this is probably the final lap as they come up the hill. We'll have to keep an eye on the leaders because certainly Alan Davison on a last lap charge here. Here they are, down into Bridgestone corner, the long left-hander. Well, whoever wins this one is going to deserve it. What a cracking Formula Ford 1600 race. Callum Grant, we're lucky he got a bad first lap because it gave us all the entertainment, didn't it? Absolutely superb stuff from Callum now on the final lap, but I don't think Davison has finished yet. Merlin is really good through here, as we saw earlier on, and he does pull a couple of lengths as they head down the back. Close them in again into 7A, but look at this, just the way the Merle, there it is again, just gets a little lift and it pivots and back on the bar. He's beautiful through 7B, Callum Grant, really driving that car well, but well done to Alan Davison, giving him such a hard race and still hanging on, still having a go. But this is for the Bahrain Trophy race in memory of Martin Bahrain, the man who built up this track, saved the track and then built it up. And absolutely fantastic stuff from Grant. He has driven a stormer again right into the apex there. Davis is struggling, his tyre has gone off a little bit, it looks like, in the Mondial, and in fact going wide on the exit there, kicking up dust. But it's just 2 corners to go now. We're down to 9 seconds on the flag, so I think this is going to be it for Callum Grant, going to win the Bahrain Trophy. Absolutely stunning drive, and this has to be race of the day, I think, so far. Is the checkered flag prepared below us? I think it is. Indeed it is. Checkered flag's waiting. He wins the Bahrain Trophy. What a drive from Callum Grant in the Merlin. Fastest lap and the win. And Mark McKenna, 3rd place. He would be so happy with that one. So Callum Grant takes a cracker of a race. Alan Davison, great fight and made Callum Grant work really, really hard for that. And Mark McKenna, a typically charging drive up to 3rd place. Great stuff from Formula Ford 1600 at Mondello Park. There's the order. Callum Grant takes it, Alan Davison 2nd, Mark McKenna 3rd, Matthew Wrigley crosses the line, Spencer Shinner, Robert Wainwright, Cal Bennett, George Ditchfield, and then Dennis Sheehan should be that's Dennis just coming into shot there now, and he will finish in 9th place. So checkered flag for Formula Ford 1600, and an incredible drive sees Callum Grant take the Bahrain Trophy. Fergus no doubt will grab them when they come back in. They're not even back in the pits yet.
But what a cracking Formula Ford 1600 race that turned out to be, with the demise of the Formula Ford 2000s. Brilliant drive by Callum Grant. Unfortunately, with the time that was lost, the future classics are now out on track, so we only have time to do a presentation to Callum. So we're going to get him up here straight away. Roddy Green is going to present him with his winner's trophy, and also with the Bahrain Perpetual Cup, which is named after the late former circuit owner Martin Bahrain, and his family are here this weekend as well. So we're grateful for them for all their support. So we're going to call up Callum Grant, winner of what turned out to be a Formula Ford 1600 race for the Martin Bahrain Trophy. So we only have a very short time. We'll get Callum up on the podium. He gets both the trophies, one to keep and one that he can get some pictures with and then bring back to us. Callum, hop down here and we'll have a quick word. That was some drive to come back from where you were.
Yeah, it's a tricky old circuit. I'm glad I've come over it. It's fantastic. It takes a long time to get used to, but
it didn't take you that long.
Struggled yesterday, but yeah, it's fantastic, and it was a good race at the end.
You look like a veteran out there, the way you were putting pressure on Alan.
I've been doing it a fair while. I've been racing Formula 4 for 12 years, so yeah. I should know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it's a great little car. It's obviously very well set up as well. Beautiful condition. I have to say, fair play to you, and we're glad that you came over to join us, and hopefully we can see some more of this from you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Just big thanks to the team. We've had a great day, especially with the Marcos with Ian, so we've had a great day and ready for tomorrow.
Okay. Had you more to say?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll hand back over to Leo. We'll hand back over to Leo now for the future classics.
Well, fantastic stuff. Well done, Ferguson, Roddy, and what a drive by that young man to take the big trophy and the Formula Ford 1600 honours. But we're back on track with Future Classics, Precision Graphics Future Classics Championship. Here we are, Raymond Melia in that orange Toyota Celica on pole position. Watch out for Dave Parks in the vertical racing MR2 alongside him. A very fierce competitor, known to us from Formula Shane Racing, Formula V before that, from the Parks family dynasty. He's waving at us there from the outside of the front row. Then it's Luke Marmion and Robbie Parks on row 2. Robbie Parks in that beautiful Ford Capri. If you're down here, go and have a look at it. Robbie Parks in the Ford Capri on the second row of the grid. And then it's Brian Sexton in the MX-5. He went quickest this morning but broke the barrier time, so he's at the back. And then it's Aoife Brady on pole position for her first ever race in the Future Classic section of this one in the Civic Coupe. So pressurised time for her. Then Phil Lawless, Pat O'Malley, Con Quinlan and all the rest, and away they go. And it's Dave Parks. Oh, and Robbie Parks with the big squeeze in the Capri as he moves across to try and get up there. It could be a Parks 1-2 down into turn 1. Capri is never known for their braking abilities though, and I think Melia is going to get down the inside. Indeed he does, and drives Robbie Parks wide. But Dave Parks leads this one in the MR2. Phil Lawless leading the Future Classics from O'Malley in the Mini, and then Aoife Brady was on pole. She's right with them there as they go through Campion Corner. So that young lady on pole position for her first ever race in number 93 in the Civic Coupe. Watch out for her. But Dave Parks has made a great start. I'm not sure what sort of outright pace that car has, but certainly getting a little bit out of shape now. Turn 3, Dave will be hustling it. Here comes Sexton down the inside. The MX-5 goes by the Capri, and then it's Phil Lawless in the 1.7 Puma-powered Fiesta Z-Tech, and he's leading the Future Classics element of it, highly experienced. But Aoife Brady's right in there too. Look, she's right behind the Mini and having a look down the inside of Pat O'Malley, that is, I think, in the indeed. So Pat O'Malley a little bit wide, and Aoife Brady tries to get alongside for second place on the way up the hill. Now she's on the outside. Maybe she can switch back to the inside. David Parks going beautifully up front. The two Celicas next up. It's Marmion and Melia and Marmion in that order. Then Brian Sexton, potentially quicker than anybody. Robbie Parks in the Capri. Somebody's off on the outside. Not quite sure who that is, but there's a car off. It's back rejoining. The safety car having to stop and let that car rejoin. Big train of cars up front in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 together. Phil Lawless absolutely flying, and round the outside goes Brady. She can't quite get it done, can she, on the run up the hill? It's brake horsepower battle now between the Mini and the Civic. So good battles all the way down the grid, and Precision Graphics Future Classics Championship. She locks up the wheel. This is heavy stuff. Aoife Brady back up to second place now, and she's going to try and chase down Phil Lawless in the little Civic. She's done plenty of track days, but this is her first ever race. Isn't it great to see? Pole position first time out. Lawless has caught the Capri. Ford Capri, of course, would be a car that would have to be manhandled around the track. Dave Parks still leads. Then it's Melia next up. Then it's Marmion and Brian Sexton right with them as they come through Southside for the first time. Then it's Robbie Parks in the big Capri defending from Phil Lawless, who's leading the Future Classics, the slower section. The barrier time for the Super Future Classics is 2:05, and for the slower one 2:07. So that's the time if they beat that, they get a penalty. 10-second penalty if they break that barrier time. Keeps costs down. They can't spend too much on the cars. So away they go through Campion Corner. Here's Robbie Parks coming through in the Capri. So no change there just yet. Dave Parks still leads it. He won't be handing this one away without a fight. 43 goes through. That's Tristan Adam in an RX-7. That's the car that was off early on in this one, but it's rejoined as they come back towards us. 1, 2, 3 and 4 absolutely together, and Sexton looking to get a run, but these Celicas are quick in a straight line. He's got a great run off Bridgestone though when he gets alongside as they head up the hill. The Celica a little bit quicker. He'll be looking for a switch back here, no doubt. Doesn't do it on this occasion. Raymond Media looking up the inside of Dave Parks, who sees that coming and shuts the door. Parks, massively experienced, very quick single-seater driver. Hasn't done so much tin-top driving, but in fact he gets by. The Celica's by. The MR2 back to second place, so it's Celica, MR2, Celica, MX5 now. So 1, 2, 3, 4 cars absolutely together for the lead of this one. Of course, this is a big one for them, isn't it? The big meeting of the year, the historic festival. They get their chance to display their class and showcase it. Here they come. Two Bahrain's Benz. Pole man back in front, Raymond Melia. He was on pole by over half a second. Oh, a little kiss on the back bumper. Dave Parks getting a little bit of help there from Luke Marmion. Brian Sexton looking to get by. Oh, he gets up the inside. He should have this done for Paddock, surely. All he's got to do is keep the shoe in. It's exactly what he does. Another massively experienced driver, former Time Attack champion, ITCC winner. He's done a lot of racing, Brian Sexton. Loves climbing into anything and driving the wheels off it. He's up to third place now in the little MX-5. Would possibly be underpowered compared to the cars around it, but very nimble. Great little cars. There they go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming through this, Robbie Parks at the top of the screen. And there's Phil Lawless being chased down by Aoife Brady at the top of the screen. So the little Fiesta, there we go. The little Fiesta holding off Civic. Here she comes down the outside. Civic maybe a little bit quicker. Let's have a look. That Puma engine car is quick. Dave Parks is slowed. Such a shame. Parks is off. Our early leader is Robbie Parks going through. Now let's see who it is. Phil Lawless, but Aoife Brady's right with him in the Civic Coupe. She gets alongside through Campion Corner. That should make her slightly quicker on the run down to turn 3 now. So Sexton up a place. It's Melia Parks Sexton. No, it's Melia Sexton now, is it? Let's see. We're missing Dave Parks. That's it is. Yeah, Sexton up to second place. Marmion in third place. Then a big gap back to Robbie Parks, who's just ahead of that battle for future classic honours. And Aoife Brady still hasn't quite got by, but she's challenging Phil Lawless hard to her first ever race. Phil's done many races here at Mondello Park, and they are absolutely together. They should come into shot now. Back with the leaders now. It's beginning to stretch out. There they are. And she gets alongside Phil Lawless now. She's on the outside on the way up the hill. Lawless on the inside, Brady on the outside. Phil Lawless goes in deep on the brakes. She's gone in deeper, trying to sit around the outside. I think she might have got it done. As they go out of our view, she has got across the bows, and Aoife Brady now leads. Great stuff. She was so excited about this morning. Spoke to her briefly on the paddock after she got that pole position, and she's really enjoying this one. So Aoife Brady from Phil Lawless, Pat O'Malley, James Marmion coming through, then Brent Hughes and Tristan Adam the order. Robbie Parks having fun in that big Capri, but probably HRCA might be a better place to put it, although the pace is very hot in HRCA. Certainly a 3-litre Capri is a hard car to manage around Mondello Park. They were the top car in production saloon car racing for many years, but they were never described as being easy to drive. Media leads this one as they head up towards the final corner. Sideways stuff from the MX-5 of Brian Sexton. And it's Marmion. Amelia now under a little bit of pressure as Sexton closes them down for the lead in this one. Barrier times have been broken though. Brian Sexton's already got 10-second penalty. He's done a 2:04.650. 2:05 was the barrier time, so he's gone 0.6 under it, earning himself a 10-second penalty. Sexton piling under pressure here. Amelia must be close enough. He is. He's just 0.2 over it, exactly where you need to be. 2:05.221. Aoife Brady 2:09. Phil Lawless 2:12. They're all safe enough. In fact, they're not near the barrier time. But she's clearly quicker than the rest. In fact, Phil Lawless was she was 2 seconds ahead of Phil when they went by last time. Brian Sexton not giving up here, certainly, and it really wants to have a go. Amelia knows he's got a real racer behind him and half defends on the way up just in case into Southside. Little MX5 not that quick in a straight line, but so quick through the corners, as we can see here on the way out onto the main straight. Tucks in behind the Salika now, try and get any little bit of a toe in the straight line. 134 kilometers an hour for Amelia, 128 for the little MX5. So 6 kilometers an hour, the difference as they went by us. Dave Park's back going again according to our lap charts. Dave Park's showing back up to 6th place, so obviously the MR2 has switched back on and it's changed for the lead. Sexton's got it done at turn 3 down the inside at the second bit, but the Salika draws up alongside him as they come into the S's. Nothing Sexton can do. I thought he was going to try and sit around the outside, but the Salika so much quicker in a straight line, just driving up alongside the MX5 there. Oh, sideways stuff from Sexton. They almost touch on the exit of Bridgestone, but they don't. They stay apart, heading up the hill now. Amelia on the inside. Amelia's now broken the barrier last time round, so Luke Marmion leads this one. That's the 3rd place car behind these two, so they're scrapping so hard they've both broken the barrier time. They're side by side. They're not holding back at all now, down the back straight, flat out. Amelia from Sexton, but they're showing 2nd and 3rd place overall. Then it's Robbie Parks, then Aoife Brady, who's leading the future class, just ahead of Phil Lawless. Dave Parks has split them. Oh, the leader's off on the outside. Doesn't get anywhere near an apex. The problem there, is that a puncture or something? Slowing right down. That's allowed Sexton through to the lead. So Sexton coming down and just chucking the car down into Bridgestone corner there. But Marmion still showing in the lead on this one, hasn't broken the barrier time. In fact, he's a second off it at his best. He's now lapping, Marmion now lapping 4 seconds off the barrier. They've all backed right out. So barrier time penalties to 888 and 13. These two guys have had a barrier time. Luke Marmion has done a 2:06, but he's going around now in a 2:09. So I think they're all a bit wary of the barrier time. Aoife Brady up to 5th place overall and still leading the Future Classics class. So the leaders having backed right off now, 2:08 and 2:10 last time round. They've both done a 2:04 in this race. Just 6 seconds off what they can do as they come towards the long left-hander. Little MX5, beautiful handling car, just gains a couple of lengths there on the way out. So that's our leader now. Hasn't done a barrier time just yet. 2:07.1 last time around, 2:06 dead. His quickest 2:05 the barrier time. So Luke Marmion. Just 1:25 to go on this one, so this should be the final lap, I'd imagine. It's 27 seconds on the clock, so he might get to the start-finish line before the checkered flag. Let's have a look. 18 seconds to go. I think he probably will. We might have another lap to run here. This is the man that matters, Salika. .777. Two and a half seconds quicker than he went, slower I should say, than he went earlier in the race that time round. Just one lap to go for Luke Marmion. Brady going through to start her last lap with Phil Lawless and Pat O'Malley not far away from her. Those three are pretty close. Brady, Lawless and O'Malley for the Future Classics class. They're 4th, 5th and 6th overall as well. Brian Sexton continues to lead on the road, but the barrier time dropping him back. Luke Marmion now. It's 1:37. That looks like Brent Hughes off. Indeed it is. Brent Hughes having a bad day. He had a Group B Lada rally car this morning. Went out in qualifying, but it did a gearbox. So more troubles for Brent, unfortunately. Side by side on the back straight now, and the Salika just drives by. Nothing Brian Sexton could do about that. Could he get it stopped? Nope. Goes a little bit wide. Sexton back up the inside, but comes back on. They're side by side now on the way out. Melia and Sexton. Melia gets back ahead, but it's for second place really, this one. Bahrain's mentioned last time. Big armful of opposite lock from Brian Sexton as he fires the little MX-5 around up over the curbs, trying to get back on terms with the Salika now. For the final time. It'll take a moment to calculate this one when they go across the line. Sexton ramping the MX-5 up over the curb. Gets up the inside on the way out, but surely the power of the Salika will be enough. Great exit from Sexton though, almost gets alongside. Salika should out-drag him to the line for what's going to be second place. And cruising down to the line now is Luke Marmion. Well, it looks like Marmion went a little bit too slow on the final lap. He did a 2:10 and it cost him the win, because Raymond Melia was over 10 seconds ahead of the flag, so Melia takes the win. Marmion loses it on the last lap. There's Aoife Brady. She's going to take a win on her first day out in the Civic Coupe. She's doing well, beating Phil Lawless. He's massively experienced. Here she comes down to the line. She takes the checkered flag in the Civic and takes the Future Classic honours on her first ever race. Phil Lawless a good second place, and right with him in the little junior mini is Pat O'Malley. So the family used that one in the junior class and in the Future Classics class. The little Mini Cooper 1.6 to get great value out of them. There's a new patch tire equipment junior mini challenge here at Mondello Park. They'll be racing here again. They're going to Kyrgyzstan at the end of August, and they're back here again in September for the Leinster Trophy meeting. So Raymond Melia takes the win from Luke Marmion, Brian Sexton and Aoife Brady from Philip Lawless in the Future Classics class.
Well, that was a great dice at the front of the Future Classics race, although it turned out it wasn't for the win, it was for second and third place. So in third place, it turns out, is Brian Sexton. That's down to him breaking the barrier time. Brian comes up, well done, Brian. Take that there, Brian. A quick shake of the hand. And second, very strange reaction to me telling him that he was in second place. Raymond Melia, delighted that he finally broke the barrier time, I think. So hop up there, Raymond. There you go. Take that. Well done. And a first-time winner, Luke Marmion. Did the right thing, stayed under the barrier time. Hop up there. Well done. Brian, very quick. That looked like great crack.
Yeah, it was a good laugh. I enjoyed it. What more do you want? A bit of racing of a Saturday and another one to go tomorrow. So, no, I enjoyed it. Good dice with two boys and good dice at the end with Ray. So, all good. Enjoyed it.
Well done. Sorry we have to be quick, but we're at our curfew here. Ray, I think you won this race last year. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay.
I broke the barrier time this time, so.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Oh, that's better. It's far better.
So you won't mind if we have the results wrong then, and even Luke hasn't it, you don't care?
No, I'm happy.
Luke, hop down there because you're too tall for me to be talking all the way up there. You're not that long on racing, so I'm sure you're delighted to take a win.
I only started there last year in the junior minis, and this is the first race I've done now in the Super Futures, so I'm glad with the result anyways.
So you knew how to do it, stay under the barrier time, keep it clean and keep it neat.
Yeah, of course.
So you're enjoying racing, having only started last year?
I am, yeah, sure, the results have been grand the whole way through, so happy out.
And I know there's somebody you need to thank, don't you?
Yeah, my dad and Phil Lawless.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, lads. Sorry about the speed of it, but the race meeting's gone on a little bit long. We're beyond our curfew for the day here, and we're going to hand over to Leo for a very quick wrap-up.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Fergus, and thanks to everybody. I hope you had as much fun as we had at day one of the Carole Nash Mondello Park Historic Festival. People just leaving down below us there, giving us a quick wave. It's been great fun. Everybody back at Mondello Park, people that raced here years ago, people that haven't been here, and more importantly, kids and families who have never been here before. Great to have them at Mondello Park. The racing was so good, and the stuff in the paddock was brilliant, but we had fantastic racing today. That Formula Ford race, an absolute cracker, and I can promise you there's going to be racing every bit as good as that tomorrow at day two of the Carole Nash Festival. We've had the Triumph Club here with us, we've had Porsche Ireland, we've got BMW and more people here today, so absolutely fantastic stuff. We're expecting more of the same tomorrow, and we will have the Mondello cars back out there. We'll have Formula Fords back out in the grid, Historics, all the cars you saw today will be back out on the grid for more racing tomorrow and more entertainment, so don't miss it. Tune in tomorrow. We'll be streaming from earlier. You get it on the YouTube channel or the social media accounts, or even better, get your tickets on mondellopark.ie and come down here. So that's all from me on day one of the Historic Festival. We'll be back tomorrow morning with more historic action.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating Auto Test Challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack.